we are going to start with a song, and I've asked our esteemed guests to please start with a song, and then Father is going to be giving us a prayer. Thank you so much. I've been tasked with the duty of saying the prayer. I was trying to run away from that. This is our morning prayer for our second day of convening. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. We gather this morning grateful for the gift of a new day. We come as one family from different nations, traditions, and backgrounds, united by the call of justice, of solidarity, and of hope. Let us open our hearts in prayer. Lord of all nations, creator of one humanity, we thank you for this day. May I ask that we all say this. Lord of all nations, creator of one humanity, we thank you for this day. God of justice, we stand at a moment of great responsibility. You have entrusted us with this time to reflect, to act, and to build a future rooted in dignity and peace. I'm going to request that we say this together. Strengthen our courage. Guide our vision. And deepen our commitment to the common good. From the words of the prophet Isaiah, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, plead the case of the widow. As we continue the work of the Symposium, let us remember the countless faces behind the statistics, The child who hungers, the family displaced by floods, the communities burdened by unjust debt. May our conversations today be grounded in their hopes. May we all say this together. Lord, make us instruments of your justice and peace. We pray especially for Africa, that her leadership may shine her people, flourish, and also her voice be heard at every global table. May we say the next line together. Together, may we build a world where all can live with dignity. May we build a world where all can live with dignity. The next last part we say together as well. God of solidarity, unite our hearts and minds. Bless our efforts for justice. Strengthen our partnerships. And send us forth as bearers of hope. For one humanity. And one future. Amen. Thank you. Colleagues, friends, leadership, esteemed guests, speakers, elders, our faith leaders, business, and policy representatives. A very good morning to you once again. To those who journeyed with us yesterday, welcome to day 2 of our sacred gathering. And to those joining anew, welcome into a historic moment for Africa and the world. This is day 2 of the G20 Symposium on Global Justice and Africa's G20 Priorities. And it is the day we move from vision to direction, from conversation to declaration. Today is not about the recapping per se, but it's about the rebuilding. We have named the pain. Today, we shape the strategy. Global solidarity must no longer be a slogan. It must become a system. Africa must not wait to be included. Africa must lead. We now shift to one of the boldest proposals on the global table, a universal school meals program. If you want to build a just society, you must feed the child. School meals are not charity. They are justice. They are nutrition. They are local framing. They are women's employment. They are dignity. And they are pride on every plate. By a raise of hands, may I just inquire if a simple meal helped you succeed at school? 4, 5, Now, okay, Bishop is saying we're still waking up. I'd like to believe that probably all of us, because we can't really function or think or or even study on a hungry stomach. We truly cannot function. Let us open today's session with bold minds, colleagues, and with open hearts. I now am about to welcome our first panel. Father, unless if you wanted us to recap. Okay. All right. Perhaps before we commence with our first panel, we'll just request that we take a recap and go through what we went through yesterday. Over to you, Ndade.
Good morning, everyone, and I hope everyone rested well. Happy to be back for day 2 of more heavy lifting and hammering. So yesterday was quite an exciting day, and I took down a lot of notes, so I'll be going through my notes, but I would also like this to be as interactive as possible. So after I've made my little presentation, I'll pick 1 or 2 people randomly to assist me to fill up the gaps. So we had a framing session in which Mama Kati laid down the vision for these 2 days, and she hit on an important note dealing with the average age of Africa standing around 19.5 years, which is the youngest, comparatively speaking, globally. And one of the points she made was that when it comes to finding solutions for Africa's problems, it means that the African child is not at the table. They are somewhere on a dusty football field. They are chasing around toys in the garden. They are simply too young to be represented. And yet this is a force that we can leverage for both present needs and for securing the future. And this is cutting edge in the sense that with such a low age range of Africa, Africa has a longer sustainability and therefore has more capital in terms of years than any other continent, something that should be worth a lot of money. And that's, I really appreciate, Madam. That was a very good opening and a very good framing. We then looked at the welcoming remarks that were made by different people. Father Charlie brought us together and helped us to reflect on how we can position ourselves in the issue of ecology and in the issue of debt cancellation. In short, he appealed to the words of Pope Francis in Laudato Si, which placed ecology at the center of everything that we do. We had another welcome word from Professor Chitonge, who welcomed us to the University of Cape Town. And I will share a little bit more on what he actually gave us in his session. And Bishop Sylvester David, OMI, also extended the warm welcome to us, as did Bishop Tulani Victor Mbuisa, CMM. And then Dr. Faidon Mwambeki issued a prophetic call to action for planetary justice based on a very good theological reflection on the aims and purposes of God's call to Cain, where is your brother? And I think that the point he made, that you cannot pretend that you do not know where your brother is a very apt point. We are all bound up into one fate and into one purpose on earth. So going now to the main issue, Professor Pog helped us to see the behaviors that are very characteristic of world institutions. Predatory behaviors, behaviors that are borderline in terms of ethics, behaviors that seek to protect wealth, the wealth of the global north, and to exploit the wealth of the global south. And so Professor Pog came up with the metrics around that issue that helped us to see that for a long time, this behavior has sort of defined what the global institutions are and what they do to very poor countries. And I think that his concept on the Ecological Impact Fund was very, very interesting, and it's something that we probably will be reflecting on even today. We had another presentation, this time an academic presentation from Professor Chitonge, and I think that Professor Chitonge was also on a very interesting wavelength in which he examined the nature of the indebtedness of African countries and exposed one fundamental issue, that in spite of Africa being so endowed, Africa remains to be bound to its colonial borders and thereby hindering the connecting of dots that would make Africa a serious player in world economics. And in fact, that Africa is sitting on $4 trillion worth of money locked up in institutions, in governments, in different investors, insurance schemes. And if we could only leverage all of that money, we would be a net exporter rather than a net importer. And it would be a very good thing to create what he called an African agency that would help us to harness all this. I shouldn't call it potential, because the money is already there. It's just bringing it out of the pockets where it is hiding. And so that was another powerful presentation. We had occasion to listen also to Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And Professor Jeffrey Sachs also looked at the injustice that is inbuilt in the IMF system and how the IMF is very reluctant to institute any reforms that would help different, especially the poor countries, to come out of poverty. I think I've spoken enough. I will now, I'm spoiled for choice. I can actually pick anyone I want. But since I'm a Democrat, I will ask for anyone willing to fill up the gaps. What did I leave out of the resume or the summary of yesterday's activities? Any takers? Is that a hand, madam?
the issue of debt, reparations, jubilee, the contestation, the fact that we want it written off as opposed to wanting to repay it and restructure debt. You might have said it, but I don't think I heard it loud enough.
You said it better than I could have said it. Thank you so much. So the reparation question and the cancellation question were very prominent, especially towards the end of the day. Yes, sir?
Thank you very much. Certainly the presentations yesterday were incredibly powerful, I think, and inspirational. And I think we also closed on a very powerful note with a panel, where you, I think, selected and then at the end, Frog jumped over. But the 5 elements that we looked at, starting with Prof. Meneraj, from the Ubuntu to the policy proposal, from grassroots, looking at fiscal transparency, to the faith-based mobilization for just and inclusive debt reform, looking to mobilization of communities, and then a call for greater credit accountability. There was an interweaving within that, which kind of was powerful in the sense that it brought me to an essence of, I think what this conference talks to me about is about unity, bringing us all together, and the way that the panel fleshed things out and the way he presented it was really powerful in terms of bringing out the concept of not just striving for, but constantly challenging each other to be united. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I suppose that speaks to coming through the Ubuntu, the concept of solidarity, and that our problems are not isolated problems. We are all facing the same enemy in terms of trying to get and to create a better livelihood for us. One more off-taker before I surrender the mic.
The words out of the babe's mouth.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Yes.
That was Miranda there.
Yes.
Really
Not forget the inspiration.
brought in the youth voice in terms of IT and technology and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think one important thing that was raised or was mentioned yesterday is the fact that we shouldn't look debt relief as a handout, but as a justice, an act of justice. And the issue of what we normally call the voiceless, that they do have a voice. We just don't hear their voices. We should create platforms for those voices to be heard. And so, we need to give them that space. And there was another issue of debt servicing, which, 34 countries which spend money on debt servicing than on development. So 34 out of 54, which is a concerning issue. And the Jubilee year, we should look at the Jubilee year as a year of justice. That was also highlighted. There was the issue also of debt servicing completing fundamentally with the physical space to offer essential services, meaning that some countries, they really truly can't offer essential services to their citizens because they're busy servicing the debt. So that's also a moral issue that we should maybe take that perspective, look at it from a moral perspective, as it were. Climate problem, that was mentioned, and there was also one issue of, I think it was Wesley who said, when a nation spends more on servicing debt than on its people, it's not a developmental but a devastation. So that also needs to be highlighted. So I think that's what I can share with you now.
Thank you so much, Father. And I think on that note, we can circle back to our moderator. And I think that we are present in our minds to what happened yesterday, and that today we are opening up to a new chapter of reflection. In Greek art, there is a depiction of the god Janua, from which the name January comes, who has a face in front and a face behind. He's two-faced. And it's a very powerful symbol of the fact that as we look ahead, we should never lose sight of what's behind us. And it seems to be the only way to forge ahead, that we link these two worlds together, the past and the future world. So with those words, let me pass the mic back to Madam Kati. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Siyabonga, Baba.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now move on to our first session for this morning. Some of our panelists are going to be joining us online, and I am now going to be requesting Sister Kose Lisetedi to be ready and on standby. Just really to open up this first session, to re-emphasize, we truly cannot teach a hungry child. Full stomachs build full minds. And when food is grown locally, cooked locally, and served with dignity, economies rise and children. We keep harping on you, babes. I'm going to call you babes Wodu. Children thrive. Our youth thrive. Miranda is our 19-year-old. Perfect example. Another question before I call Sister to the stage. Who here would stand behind a global G20 commitment to a universal school meal program? Should I repeat the question? Who here would stand behind a global G20 commitment to a universal school meal program? Amen. Thank you so much. With that, Sister, please come to the front. Sister, I'm going to ask that you please introduce yourself, just so that everyone gets to know who you are and where you come from. And Sister is going to be joined by Honorable Jim McGovern, who's the U.S. representative and co-chair of U.S. Congressional Hunger Caucus. That's going to be on virtually. We have Right Honorable Gordon Brown, UN Special Envoy for Global Education and former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Mr. Harrington Chuma, Caritas Africa from the Zimbabwe office. Then Ms. Abiola Afoyolan, Senior Global Policy Advisor, Bread for the World from Washington, D.C. Then Ms. Sophia Ndemutla Ashpala, Head of Education Division, African Union Commission, followed by Mr. Kevin Watkins, Distinguished Fellow, Overseas Development Institute, and former CEO of Save the Children from the United Kingdom. Sister, are you ready? Over to you.
Thank you, Mahadi. Good morning, friends, co-workers. She said I should start by introducing myself. Just a quick one. My name is Sister Kose Rita Lisetedi. from Botswana, from a certain tribe in Botswana called Bakalaka. That's why I got that name, Kose. It means all, everything, Zonke and other languages. Yeah. So I am a sister of Calvary, to make it clear, because I think when we arrived, about 3 people, they asked me and Sister Magdalene if we are Franciscans. We are sisters of Calvary. We have no Franciscan blood. We have the Passionist. We have the Passionist blood. Belong to the Sisters of Calvary. It's an institute of the diocesan rite, founded by Bishop Eben Murphy. He was the first bishop of Botswana. He came to Botswana as a missionary, as a Passionist missionary. And our congregation was founded around 1966. When our country got independence, the bishop was so passionate about the people of Botswana, so he saw the need for the church to develop hand in hand with the nation by founding this congregation of religious women who will have the culture of Botswana and evangelize our own people of Botswana. So I stand here representing Botswana, representing my congregation and the Church of Botswana. What am I doing currently? Currently, I am a member of the Sisters of Calvary General Council. I serve as the General Bezer. I am an accountant by profession, a member of the Botswana Institute of Chartered Accountant. I also did my MSc in strategic management, so I do a lot of management issues, strategic planning, implementation planning policies. And currently I work at Matters Bay College. It's a school in Francistown. Francistown is about 450 kilometers from the capital city of Gaborone. Is the second city of Botswana. I work there in the mission school, which gave me an exposure. This is my baby when we talk of school meals, because that is what I am exposed to every day. That is what I actually budget for, because much of the funds goes to the meals of the students, because the capacity of the school, we have about 2,000 students. That's what we call matric case. Form 4 and Form 5 is a boarding school at the same time. The school was founded by those early missionaries, the Passionists, mainly Bishop Murphy and the other priests and sisters who were working in Botswana back then around 1963. By then, the school, when it was founded, they were there, those missionaries, they have to invest their time and energy in education, because education is how the missionaries in Botswana penetrated. They entered through education, and in a way, that's how evangelization came in. So I work there as I work in the school there as the financial administrator, as the financial manager. So I run the day-to-day financial administration of the school, and that actually gave me an exposure to a number of things, like the education policy, the Botswana education policy, and other frameworks in relation to education system of the country, and also in relation to my work as an accountant, because we operate with ethics. For those who deal with accounts, with money, so you know that we operate with ethics in a legal framework. You'll get to know more about me as we unfold. Yeah. So, like Father mentioned yesterday, that there's a crisis, there's a gap. That's why we are talking about school meals, because there was that issue of hunger. That issue of hunger in African countries, that's what gave rise to the issue of talking of school meals. So currently, The world is struggling with severe interconnectedness, global hunger and education crisis, intensified by a multitude of factors. These crises are not independent. They feed on each other, and they create a cycle of extremely some factors which put our children, our vulnerable, in crisis or in difficult situation. They affect most of our vulnerable population, who the church refers to as the marginalized. You know that we use the word marginalized in the church when we refer to those people. So the church, the local community, and the government has a duty to support and to improve the dignity of those people. It is our duty, it is our work. The current global hunger and education crisis are severe. They are complex and they are deeply intertwined. They demand urgent and coordinated global action to prevent billions and billions of children from being deprived of their fundamental right, the right to food and the right to education. Each and every child has the right to education. You know that our children, they're exposed, they're very exposed, unlike us. At the age of 3, at the age of 2, already they know that they're supposed to go to school. They have the right to education. They have the right to it. And this is essential for their well-being and the future of our planet. So, universal school meals programs are increasingly recognized as a powerful catalyst to achieve multiple SDGs, which are Sustainable Development Goals, which are namely zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, and gender equality. According to the recent research, there is quite impressive factors. The fact that the 2024 data, it shows that in Africa, across Africa, about 87 million children across Africa receive school meals at school. This is a good thing. School meals offer a complex approach to addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges, extending far beyond just simply providing food. It goes beyond that because it affects the child holistically. We know that we are holistic beings. We are physical beings, spiritual beings, and social beings. It affects the whole holistic being. And we appreciate that some countries are ahead in feeding school, in having feeding programs. Some countries are ahead. I'll refer most to Botswana because I say I'm more exposed to that. Like currently in the budget, there is, for each ministry, for each school, there is a budget for each financial year that is allocated a certain amount for feeding of students, for school feeding. But like I see, because of the other factors which we talked about yesterday, there are some other factors which affect that, because currently our country financially, we are not doing very well, to the extent that in some schools, the students can go for a day without a meal. They can go for a day without a meal because of the other factors which we talked about yesterday, those financial crises, those debt. Like I said in the beginning, these things are interconnected with each other. Schools are an effective investment in breaking the cycle of poverty. In this session, we will bring global leaders, like Mahadi has already mentioned, who will share their opinion in making school feeding a G20 priority. Like I said, the impact of school meals will boost nutrition, improve education, support local communities, because, like you know, a lot of African countries, we depend on agriculture. And that will really support our local communities and at the same time advance the rights and well-being of every child and improving the health outcomes. In order to achieve this, there is need for coordinating global action and financing to reach every child by 2030. So, as the G20, this is a forum. We are in a forum, and all of us here, we hold a very significant power, and we can influence to drive commitment in addressing the current global hunger and education crisis. There is a unique opportunity for the Global South to shape agenda and advocate for solutions that directly impact the most vulnerable, especially our children. As we know that our children, like I said, they're under a lot of stress. They cannot contain a lot of things. A lot of them, they have really mental health issues. Like we have the COVID-19. Some of them are still suffering the effects of COVID-19. And some of them really, they come from dysfunctional families. Some, they don't even have a meal to put on the table. And school meals will really assist in such situations. And like back home in Botswana, we have a number of children are under this government initiative, because a number of them, in one way or the other, they are disadvantaged. They are disadvantaged in one way or the other. So school meals will really assist in such situations. So today, as we are aware that we are celebrating the feast of the birthday of John the Baptist, Elizabeth was barren. For 8 years, she was barren. She struggled, but she never gave up. Maybe today is the day for us to have a breakthrough for Africa. So with that, I'll thank you, and I'll just give a brief overview for our panelists. So we have Honorable Jim McGovern. He's a chairperson of the House Rule Committee and a member of the House Agriculture Committee. Jim has been a top Democrat on the powerful House of Rules Committee since 2018, serving as chairman during the 116th and 117th Congress. And by the way, McGovern is a Roman Catholic. So you want to hear his voice. And we have Gordon Brown, who is very passionate in advocating for global action and ensure education for all, the right to education for all. In his role as UN Special Envoy for Global Education, he works closely with key partners. He serves as the chair of the high-level steering group for education. We also have Harrington Chuma. Harrington Chuma brings experience from various roles and Silveria House Jesuit Social Justice and Development Center. He has a Ruba skills set, which include capacity building, program evaluation, international development, NGO program development, and more. And we have Abiola Afolian. She serves as a adjunct professor of gender, conflict, and security at the Elliott School of International Affairs, and lectured at Temple University. Yeah, she also worked at Foreign Affairs and on women issues, advisor for a senior member of the US Congress. And our other panelist will be Sophia. Sophia currently serves as the head of education at the African Union Commission. With her development, she is committed to advancing educational initiatives across Africa. Kevin Watkins, a renowned voice in international development. Kevin is widely recognized for his expertise in fostering inclusive growth, addressing climate and environmental changes, and advocating for policy reform that ensure equitable opportunities for all. You can see that we have expertise from all walks of life. So we look forward to hearing the opinions, the different opinions. So those who are present here, Harrington Chuma, with due respect, can I call you forward? And Abiola. Abiola, can you kindly come forward? Okay. So we move forward. So Harrington Chuma, school meals in rural African communities impact the gap from a grassroots. So we'll hear your opinion on that from the faith-based perspective.
If we are waiting for Abiola, I suggest, because we're going to listen to Gordon Brown by video, and his message sort of is all encompassing, and then he comes to focus on school meals. So maybe that would be a good introduction. Then we can come to the panel. Because Abiola is late, is running late.
downturns are all threatening our future. And when every single pillar of the world order is under assault, support for the rule of law, for human rights, for self-determination, and even for international cooperation itself, not least to discharge our responsibilities as global citizens for environmental stewardship and humanitarian aid. We need a new charter for a new world order, one that is necessarily multipolar and not unipolar, one where the global south will now demand its proper place, and one where recognising that countries are more interconnected than ever, our economies more integrated, and where we depend on each other more than ever. It is clear that if we are to solve the problems of climate, pandemics, financial engagement, and poverty and inequality, we need to work together. In short, we need coordinated global solutions to global problems. And so the importance of this conference today is to find a way forward, so that in Seville, as we discuss development finance, at COP30 in Brazil, where we examine climate change, and at the G20 in South Africa, we can bridge the gap between our needs as an international community and our capacity to meet them. We have to find new ways of cooperating. Just like in the run-up to COP30, that today you will discuss an ecological impact fund that will incentivize the development of new green technologies. It's right also that the two-thirds of low-income countries facing debt problems, you're examining how we can restructure debt and examining how we can grow. We have a duty to protect the health, education and anti-poverty budgets of these countries and make sure that they are released from the burden of debt. But I want also to focus your attention on a plan that is critical, a global plan for school lunches worldwide that supports countries willing to expand, extend and initiate the provision of school meals for the 370 million school children who today go without them. Working with the School Meals Coalition, the Global Coalition Against Hunger and Poverty, and with the support of Rockefeller, whose board I sit on, I hope we can combine the provision of meals with encouraging, in an environmentally friendly way, the local production of food, drawing on best practices from such schemes around the world. My best wishes for the conference.
Thank you so much. That was so quick. I was about to thank him and already he disappeared. Yeah. So he touched a number of factors. He's also advocating for school meals and also a good school meals for each and every child. So it seems most of our panelists are virtual. Okay.
Just to say a short word about Gordon Brown. If you recall, well, not the Gen Z. You recall 20 years ago when we had a similar, 25 years ago, a similar debt crisis. And the common song was, the common thing was, we cannot do debt cancellation. It's impossible. And it's not in the rules of the World Bank or the IMF. And you remember with the agency of some eminent civil society in Africa, the church groups and eminent leaders like Nelson Mandela, who made strong appeals to the rich countries to do something. And it was with the leadership and chairmanship of the G7 of the UK, if you remember, under Gordon Brown, that a solution or solutions were found to the debt crisis when Gordon Brown mobilized leaders of the world, of the rich North, to do something about it. And we had HIPIC, and then we had MDRI. So he's somebody we really appreciate for humanity, and I think he's a good leader we have. And we wish and pray for more leaders like that in the world. Yeah. So Kevin is ready. Yeah. I just wanted to make that note on Gordon Brown. Yeah.
So we welcome our next panelist, Kevin Watkins, a distinguished fellow, Overseas Development Institute, former CEO of the Save the Child in UK. Hello, Kevin Watkins. Hello, unmute please. Unmute please, and good morning, and you are most welcome to the session on school meals. Hello, we can't hear you, please unmute. We can carry on with your presentation.
Can you hear us?
Hello, Kevin, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, sorry, I can hear you. It's very bad echo at your end. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just check, do you want me to speak now?
Yes. Please carry on.
Okay. Well, let me say, first of all, it's a really great pleasure to be with you, and I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you in person. But this event, I think, is so important in terms of helping to frame a progressive agenda for the G20 based on this core concept of human solidarity. And maybe if I could just start on that point, because I know we're speaking specifically about school meals, but I think we're also reflecting on how do we develop the strategies that make progressive change possible, that make it possible to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals for eradicating hunger and poverty, and the goals in many other areas as well. And you know, and I think as we reflect on that, and I apologise because I know I'm saying something very obvious here, that we really do have to look at the state of the world. And clearly the international environment for cooperation has deteriorated very, very markedly over the past 3 months. And I was very struck by, 2 years ago when the Secretary General launched the report charting progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. He used a phrase which has always stuck with me, and that phrase was, we're in danger of reaching a point where the Sustainable Development Goals will become the epitaph for the world that we could have created. Now that was 2 years ago, and I think the risks of the Sustainable Development Goals becoming an epitaph have increased dramatically since the arrival of the new administration in the US, but also because of the deep cuts in aid in Europe, because of the debt crisis that is affecting so many countries in Africa. And as we look at all of those issues, the core thing that strikes me is that we have to think not just about individual agendas like school feeding, but how do we reassert the importance of solidarity and empathy and kindness in human affairs and in international affairs. And so I really want to congratulate you for convening a symposium that I think attempts to do that. Now, if I could just turn to the specific issue of school meals and why to my mind, this area is so critical. And perhaps I could start by saying that for anyone in the room who happens to be a parent, if I asked you, you know, if you have a child who's maybe 5 years old or 10 years old or 12-year-old or 15 years old, what do you, as a parent, what would you see as the key condition for your child realizing their potential, having a chance to learn in school, and to seize the opportunities for making a better life for themselves? And I suspect everybody in the room would acknowledge that a hungry child, you know, a child who's been diminished by malnutrition, chronic hunger or acute hunger in many cases, is not a child that is going to realize their potential for learning. And I think we all understand that without learning, it's not possible to develop the capabilities that enable us to improve our health, to expand our horizons, to work out, for people to work their way out of poverty. And so the reason I wanted to make that point right at the beginning is, you know, often when you talk to economists, they'll talk about how do people order their preferences. You know, preference 1, I want this, preference 2, I want that, preference 3, I want something else. But I think when you look at the world of children, it really invites us to reflect that you know, there is a meaning behind the concept of the whole child, and one shouldn't have to make choices between education and health. And these areas are not siloed. And unfortunately, we do live in a very siloed world. You know, education policymakers think about education, health policymakers think about health. You know, people who work on water and sanitation think about water and sanitation. But school meals strikes me as a potential linchpin behind all of these agendas for transforming lives. And, you know, we know we live in a world where there are almost 800 million people living below the poverty line, roughly an equivalent number living with hunger as well. And, you know, just to make a really obvious point, that when hungry children go into school, they don't leave their hunger back at home. They carry it with them into the classroom. And so if we can't address that issue of hunger, we're having a direct transmission of negative effects from malnutrition into learning. And we know that if children don't learn in school, they're much likely to drop out. And we know that children who drop out of school, the young girls in particular, are likely to marry earlier and face all of the risks that come with early marriage, that many children will drop out of school and end up in labour markets. And so school feeding is really an opportunity to address these very different agendas. And of course, the links go beyond the very immediate effects for children to the potential spillover benefits. You know, to give you one example, which you may already have discussed, that Brazil currently, you know, which has a universal school feeding program, which has had dramatic effects in lifting millions of children out of poverty in Brazil, it reserves 30% of the procurement for school meals for smallholder farmers. And so this is an opportunity to build links between the school and the rural community. Now, that is profoundly relevant in Africa, where we know that over 80% of extreme poverty is currently located in rural areas. And so this is has the potential to create value chains and markets that can support smallholder producers providing healthy food to schools. And of course, it can be done in ways that procurement link can be done in ways that has benefits for climate change as well. So, for example, the procurement can be geared towards the provision of drought-resistant seeds, of sustainable, regenerative agriculture. And of course, there's a great initiative in Europe, the Milan initiative, which is already doing this on a very large scale in Europe. And there are opportunities, I believe, to extend that approach in sub-Saharan Africa as well. And when you look across all of this range of benefits, many people who work in cost-benefit analysis will try and identify the individual benefits that come from better nutrition or better education, but it's actually the cumulative effect of all of these different streams that make school feeding such a powerful tool. Now, when we look at the current state of school feeding around the world, the challenge, I think, jumps out of this very, very clearly. There are over 400 million children around the world who currently receive school meals. But the parts of the world where school feeding could make the greatest difference are precisely the parts of the world where provision is most limited. In low-income countries, it's around 80%, meaning that 4 in every 5 children attending school don't have access to school feeding. In low and middle income countries, it's a bit higher. But you still have around 2/3 of children who don't have access to school feeding. Now, these deficits could be closed very, very quickly because unlike initiatives that one could look at in many other areas, much of the infrastructure for delivering high-quality school feeding is already in place. Almost every country in Africa, for example, has a policy for school feeding. It has a framework for the regulation of school feeding. What is missing in so many cases is the finance. And of course, many governments in Africa have been increasing their budgets for school feeding and to some extent expanding the reach of school feeding programs. But the combination of food price inflation, which is still double digits in many countries, the debt crisis that is facing so many countries in Africa, the slow growth which has eroded the revenue base of so many governments, imposes huge fiscal constraints. And that, I believe, is where international cooperation comes in. I've done some work with Peter Haag and others trying to do some basic costings for school feeding programs. And I think what comes out very clearly from the evidence is that these programs are affordable if the international community steps up. And there are various ways in which it could step up. Cutting aid budgets is not one of those ways. And unfortunately, the cuts that we've seen in international aid are very likely to have negative consequences. But that adds to the urgency of identifying other innovative financing mechanisms that could enable us to reach the millions of children who are currently going without. I would include in those mechanisms debt reduction and debt swaps, which is why it was so good that we had the session yesterday talking about those issues. Without comprehensive debt reduction, it's clear that we can't resolve the crisis. But there are opportunities to convert what are really unpayable debts into an investment in future generations of children. And we should be seeking to drive that opportunity through the G20 and the Seville Summit on development finance. There are other opportunities as well. For example, earmarking finance from oil and gas exports, specifically for school feeding. I wanted to close by mentioning one initiative that I think could make a real difference in this area. And that is the work of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which was formed, as people will know, during the Brazilian presidency of the G20. And one of the priority areas that the Global Alliance has identified is school feeding. Now, the way that the Global Alliance operates, which I believe makes it a very distinctive platform, is that it invites, on the one side, national governments to submit proposals, practical proposals, evidence-based proposals, aimed at accelerating progress towards SDG 1 and SDG 2. And many governments have either submitted or are in the process of submitting national plans for that purpose. For example, the Indonesian school feeding program, which would be the third largest in the world when it's fully implemented, has been submitted. Benin is currently submitting a program. Cambodia. There are many other countries in the pipeline as well. And on the other side of the equation, what the Global Alliance is trying to do is to provide a platform for donors to come together and, instead of funding national programs through isolated projects, which are weakly connected, poorly coordinated, often very small, with the money being channeled through dozens and dozens of national aid agencies or special vehicles, the Alliance is trying to provide a platform that would pool resources and coordinate support in a way that would reduce the transaction cost for government, deliver more impact on the ground, and provide greater accountability to the communities that are being served. I believe this is a very practical proposal, and I'm very, very hopeful. I know Brazil and South Africa are very deeply engaged in thinking about how we can make the G20, not just a forum for talking, but a forum for doing something that actually makes a difference in the lives of the world's poorest and most vulnerable people. And I think that this is a great opportunity for moving that agenda forward. So, if I may, I think I'll leave these initial remarks there, and perhaps we could turn it over to discussion. But again, I really wanted to thank all of the organisers for convening a forum which not only addresses some of the most critical policy issues, but does so in a way that addresses some of the greatest ethical and moral issues that face all of us in this really difficult time for international cooperation and internationalism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for that wonderful insight. Indeed, a hungry child will not learn, and without education, we cannot function. So without any delay, so that we may release him, I would like, if any one of you have 2 or 3 questions to ask him. Any question from the House? Any question for Kevin?
I'm really sorry, it's very bad sound quality. I can't really hear what you're saying very clearly.
Morning, Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to find out if CSOs can also apply for the Alliance funding, or it's just government.
I'm really sorry, the echo. I just can't. Let me jump off and try and join the link again. It's just very, very bad sound quality.
Hello, Kevin. No.
You can be typing the question. Is it
And also, if maybe the alliance speaks slowly and more articulately, the accent can also be a
Yes, just a recap from what Kevin was saying from the wonderful insight he gave. He talked about a number of issues, but I liked him when he talked about the financial implication, because most of the time we have the framework and
Can you hear me now?
yes. Hello, Kevin, can you hear us? Hello?
The mic which is connected to your laptop. Yeah, we're trying to figure it out to get it on the mic.
Can you hear us?
Just type the text that we're trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, we're trying to get it at the back because the quality on this one is a bit bad.
This type to is aware of what we are doing.
So he talked of the financial implication. You cannot take a hungry child to the classroom, as hunger can be connected to school dropouts. And I liked it when she mentioned about the girl child, because the girl child is very vulnerable. So this highlighted the real importance of school meals, that it can avoid a lot of danger. Hello, Kevin.
Hi there.
Okay.
Yes, I think
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, Kevin. Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me now?
Ask about the echo is still bad.
Yeah. I think it's just big.
Hi, sorry, is the echo still bad on your end? Good morning, Kevin. Type on the text, please.
Just Can CSOs apply?
Sorry, Kevin, we are still experiencing some technical problems. We are really sorry about it.
Can CSOs apply to the alliance to get funding for schools feeding, or it's only government?
Can you try in the microphone now?
Hello, Kevin.
Hi, I can hear you, but there's really heavy echoes. So I can hear you when you just say hello, Kevin.
Yeah.
But
Please check the chat. Check your chat box.
I'm sorry?
Check the message.
We can hear him, so he can answer straight.
Hello, Kevin. Can you hear me?
You can type that. Just speak, we can hear. You can type. Tell him that he can speak.
We can hear him, yeah.
Just say proceed and...
Proceed. And
We can hear you well. Please proceed.
you can type.
You already said that. Just say proceed and speak.
Proceed and speak.
Repost the question. Repost.
Repost. Gen Z.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the question is, can civil society organisations apply to the Global Alliance? That's the question, right?
Correct.
Don't type correct. He can't hear us.
No, at this stage, the idea is for national governments to submit proposals to the alliance. Now, of course, within those national proposals, civil society organisations can have a key role to play in delivery. But there's a very strong emphasis in the work of the alliance on national government ownership of the plans that are submitted into the alliance. So the key engagement point for civil society organisations is with their own governments in the development of the plans.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the beautiful and wonderful insight. With that, I think now after all these challenges, let's go for tea break, and we'll proceed at, what's the time?
It's 10:10.
10:30.
At 10:30. At 10:30, we come back and we shall have our panelists, those who are physically present. Then we will proceed from there. Thank you.
Apologies for that. So we will be going back to the facility where we had coffee yesterday. That's where we will convene for a coffee break. And we humbly request that you are here exactly at 10:30 so that we can proceed accordingly. Thank you.
So what's the sound? Yeah, yesterday it was So, because you can't hear, saying we are breaking for tea. Yeah, so this is we're waiting to hear from from a restaurant.
Thank you so much. You're from?
She's just saying that she
You're going to be on the panel. On the panel on your
it's getting
We're coming all the way from You've left us from South Africa.
What are you
Get to the point.
He had a conference for 5 So, and then we met Lucy at the conference, and then I met and then they closed, and then after they closed, yeah, no, you go ahead. And I just want to thank you so much.
Now I need to change my schedule. I will not be coming back to get down this month. I need this time. But the media also exactly. We also have other things. I appreciate all of that, but again, it does not make it very backward.
No. Good morning. Sorry, Kevin? Hi, Kevin. Sorry. We're having technical difficulties, so we've ended the session. Good morning, Kevin.
There's nothing that Dominic and Jen cannot sort out. I'm confident. They made us suffer. Dominic and St. Ignatius can solve whatever problems we have. Come, let's go. One of my daughters knows that. Yeah. If Dominic can do it, I can. And Francis can do it. I cannot do it. Are you guys going to come up for coffee? Are you going to go? No tea, no coffee. Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. I know I need to. Oh yeah. I know what. So now it's this. And they are now ready. So just
It's a coma. It's 3 people.
I think that's we put it outside.
I should use my iPad to do a typing and then consider to you by email.
In fact, I'm just saying the good thing.
And I think
can you imagine that you work on the real notes on this?
I'm happy you're saying that because there's one thing
so she should, these two should, these three should come here as well.
As one. So you're all going to be seated here. Yes.
In fact, I wasn't with them.
So maybe because he was women.
So I'm saying that I was up to some extent. Married, so
No, it should be there. That room should be there. But we just transfer these to here. And then yes, yeah.
Okay.
Just transfer.
Yes, then there's one voice and this then you would want to
find it'll come up here. You'll be up by you don't step up.
Yes, this was the two women. How about
the keys
yes, let's bring her here. That's all right. Yeah. And then we leave the president's to come at the end.
Hello. Mic check.
Maybe the reason why we're getting that much is because there's maybe a speed
No, can't be that.
So which means they became
1, 2. Hello. Yeah. Check.
Just to it's an apology. The president just arrived from Russia. He's not able to do with us. So we can just read it to them.
Will you forward it to me?
Forward it to you.
When would you like us to do that?
Maybe when we are going for a lunch break.
He was hoping because he was supposed to talk an hour from now. So maybe he wants to participate in the conversation.
There's also the one from but this one here, I will just forward it to you. You can also read it.
Kevin is still on. Yes, that would be great.
Yeah, she said she's in sent to Mozambique.
Oh, so I just at least sorted.
Yeah, she was coming this time, but she was deployed. Yes.
Yes. That's fine. Please send it
I
to
will
me.
send you that one.
And it's time of Father.
Oh, it's already time. Then let me send her the email. Yes.
I knew people would be late. I told him 10:40. I told him we'll resume at 10:40.
Okay.
Mic check.
Kevin, good presentation.
Is the sound issue sorted out?
Yes. Yep.
Apologize. Do you want us to proceed with Q&A with more questions?
No,
Yeah, I don't think we should.
it's not practical.
No, not at all. We
We
can
just
just
go-
proceed to the next session.
Two, yeah. Harrington and
And I'll do
Abiola.
Abiola, yeah.
One, two. Let me just check.
What's up, man? Makaso, you're going to the program. What the level tower?
You know, you work with people and you've been thinking they have done the other part.
Oh, yeah.
I get them realizing. This guy sent me log frames that are incomplete.
Okay. So you have to get your exit date.
Because they had to know, okay, finance work on the proposal, on the budget. Emily was in I do the narrative.
Yeah.
And the document is online, so there's no excuse.
Oh, all right. Well, it's one document.
It's one document. Now someone is around 10, 11 now. You start calling them.
Yeah.
So I just had to find a way and finish it off. But I think it went. But so there are some things that you submitted. You know that.
Yeah, you know.
I just submitted, but it's not good enough.
It's not.
Especially after the effort that you did put earlier. You just say, how can let me just submit?
If only you can find a way to run away completely.
These guys are abusing us. They know what they want to give that money.
It's like a punishment to get the money.
You get the money, and then you suffer even more when you have the money.
Oh, yes. Especially with this smaller grant.
Hey! Hey!
Yeah.
You ask yourself, why am I suffering?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we begin, colleagues, if you have empty bottles, we've just been requested that we can give them to our ushers and they'll gladly refill them for us. So, yeah, we are going to use the same container. Okay, all right. Yes, correct. Thank you very much. And the young ladies are outside, just outside the door. So if you need more water, they'll gladly refill your water for you. Now that we have returned back from our coffee break, I'm hoping that each of you managed to reflect on the following. What one action will I take personally, institutionally, politically, to make these policy imperatives real, what we heard from Mr. Brown and also from Mr. Watkins? I'm hoping that this was just not a coffee break. It was a pause before the push button. Allow me just to give thanks once more to Kevin, right, and also the Right Honorable Gordon Brown for reminding us that global policy is not an abstract exercise. It is a matter of survival for millions. What we've just heard is a challenge to every one of us. Will we be architects of justice or simply bystanders of inequality? I'm sure you've seen everybody, while someone is drowning, what we do, we take out our mobile phones and we record. We are being bystanders. We are not helping the person that's drowning to live. We are not pulling that person out of the water. Instead, we take out our cell phones, we record. These reflections have shown us that the time for pilot projects is over. We need bold, system-wide commitments, from food to finance, education to equity. The G20 must no longer debate whether Africa matters. It must now ask, how can we follow Africa's lead? We've just heard the global reflections that underscore the scale of ambition needed. Now, we must root that ambition in Africa's lived reality and the deep experience of those who walk daily with our communities. As we transform to our next conversation, we shift from the global to the grassroots, from institutions of influence to agents of impact. Civil society and faith actors are often the first to respond, whether to hunger, poverty, or displacement, and the last to be invited to shape policy. That should end here. It is my honor to now welcome Mr. Harrington Chuma from Caritas Africa and Ms. Abiola Afolayan from Bread of the World, two powerful voices rooted in justice, proximity, and moral clarity. They will guide us through the question, what will it take to mobilize real support, not slogans, for nutrition, for learning and livelihoods across this continent. With that said, sister, the platform is now yours. Thank you. Can we please give sister a round of applause and our panelists?
Thank you, Mahadi. Mr. Harrington, kindly come forward. Yeah. And Abiola, may I have a seat? So I think you prepared your presentation on PowerPoint. Yeah. We'll start with Mr. Harrington. The floor is yours, yes?
Good morning once again. Okay, I'm going to present or talk to you through the lived realities of debt in the context of climate change. Looking at the schools feeding initiative that Caritas Zimbabwe, Caritas Internationalis, and Caritas Africa came together and implemented. So my presentation, I don't know if it's going to be moving. So my presentation is going to take 3 parts. The first part, it's going to delve into the Zimbabwe legacy debt. I think yesterday Dr. Alois Matekeni went into this. I'll just build on that. Then the second part is going to bring our attention to the debt climate change nexus. And then thirdly, the response to the debt climate change nexus in the schools feeding program. So this is premised in Zimbabwe, a country found in Southern Africa, blessed with a huge range and diversity of minerals and natural resources, but yet we have a $21 billion debt. So, where is this debt coming from? Zimbabwe is 45, but it's got a debt of 21 billion. So where is it coming from? So we gained independence in 1980, and by then we took over from the Rhodesian government, and we inherited a debt of $700,000. Million, sorry. Thank you, Father. So this was part of the deal for independence, that if you want to be independent, you'll have to inherit some of these debts. And the government did. There was a promise of around 2 billion that would come to try and cover that. Unfortunately, the loans never came through. But what was offered were aid loans from Britain to try and service the debt. But fast forward, we go into the 90s in an effort trying to service the debt. There are recommendations from IMF to liberalize the economy, and in quotes, this failed dramatically, and it plunged Zimbabwe worse into debt. We had high unemployment rates, retrenchment rates were high and all. Like I indicated, as of today, the government has a debt of 21.2 billion. This was as of November 2024. And I'm sure by now it has gone up. So like Dr. Matekeni highlighted yesterday, our biggest challenge is servicing the debt. And that table just shows you that we are paying more for arrears and penalties than repaying the debt. So in 2017, we had a change of government from Robert Mugabe to Emerson Mnangagwa. And there were efforts to try and clear or do something about the debt. And we paid quite substantial amounts to our creditors.
between 2017 and 2020. But during that period, we also noted the reduced budget allocations for health and education as we're trying to service the debt. And then there was more like literal handover of our key ministries like health and education to international donors. They were now running. You come to Zimbabwe, PEPFAR, USAID, they are running our Ministry of Health, even at times even paying staff within the ministries. So government somehow stopped repaying the loans, but then pressure has pushed them again to re-engage. This is our dear president with the IMF talking about debt restructuring. But how does climate change interact with debt? So the country has been experiencing drought more frequently. So you can see, I think we had, from the 90s, we had 1992, we had 94, we had 2001, 2004, 2006, 2011, 2016, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. Yes. So in all these years where we've had these droughts, the number of people that are vulnerable has been on the increase. I want us to zero in on the 2023-2024 season, which was declared a national disaster by His Excellency. So the government declared that it required about $2 billion to provide humanitarian assistance, not development, just humanitarian assistance to our around 7 million food insecure Zimbabweans. And from that 7 million, we had more than 1.8 learners that were affected by the drought. But now, the government was unable to finance the 2 billion, and it relied heavily on partners, in quotes. But as at the end of last year, in 2024, I think from the budget, from the flash appeal that goes on the UN system, I think we had only gotten funding for about 24% of that budget. So that would mean a government had to make a choice on what to do with its people and who to prioritize and who to leave to fend for themselves. So government decided that they would focus on the schools feeding program. But this drought was so massive that it affected each and every corner of the country. But because of financial resources, the government could only do the schools feeding program. Now, further in, they would not even do it in all the schools, but only 20 of the 61 districts that are in Zimbabwe. That's almost a third. And in those districts, it's not every school that benefited from this. So we have about 6,798 primary schools. And this initiative targeted about 23% of that. So the other 77% was there to find their own means. So the disaster did not just happen like overnight. Drought is a slow onsetting disaster. And by the end of term 3 in 2023, Teachers were already signaling that there is going to be a challenge. But government kept on doing assessments. I think for those that are familiar, you have the crop and livestock assessment. Government is trying to the ZIMVAC and all these things, trying to ascertain exactly. But the declaration only happened in April 2024. And by then, absenteeism had already commenced. Deep down in the rural areas, kids were starting to miss classes because of hunger. By term 2, which is May to August 2024, the situation had escalated to around 50% of kids not coming to school because of hunger. Some of the kids walk long distances, more than 10 kilometers, and so no parent would want to allow their child to go to school on an empty stomach. By term 3, we had got to around 60% absenteeism in most schools, with dizziness, fainting during lessons. The situation was quite bad. So we had the declaration in April, but up to around October, there was still very minimal assistance that had come through. The lag phase between response and the disaster itself is quite elongated. So we had now schools reporting having a challenge with parents. Parents were now flooding the schools. 1, they could not pay the school fees. 2, they had nothing to give their children. And so in a rural setup, these parents actually go to some of these teachers to look for casual labor just to get not even school fees. School fees is the least of their problems. The problem is something to give the child at home. Now, we do pay school fees in Zimbabwe, and it's generally around $30 per term. And from the assessment or the research that we did, partnered with CAFOD, we realized that only 20% of the parents were paying school fees in any school, especially in the rural areas, even in urban areas. So 1, that would mean the school is incapacitated. But still, you would say, no, parents, you need to pay. But then it goes back, the parents have got no livelihood strategy that would earn them an income. Our economy has become so informal. The opportunities to earn an income are very minimal. So the government came up with a schools feeding program, and they were providing maize meal only. So it was left to the parents to look for relish. I wish I could post one of the photos in a setup where each parent is giving their child relish, and the diversity that's on the table. 1 brings okra, 1 brings sausages, the other one brings goat meat, the other one. Now you can't even standardize whether they've eaten a balanced diet or not. That is if they bring something to school. So Caritas worked with Caritas Internationalis and Caritas Africa and mobilized donors in Europe to fund a schools feeding program where learners were receiving corn soya blend. So it's a balanced meal that has got protein, the basic nutrients are required for a healthy diet. So the target was at least to provide one hot meal per day in the school. So that's the package of the corn soya blend, and on the left you can see the women. So the parents, they had to mobilize themselves to come and cook at the school. So you can see the photo on the bottom where the kids are actually receiving the porridge. So what we noted was this initiative started in October 2024, and schools closed in December 2024. When we opened in January 2025, there was a huge influx of students in the schools where there was porridge. Now, these schools are already overwhelmed. And here we are bringing more children. So the pupil to teacher ratio is already high. I don't even know what I would call it. Then you had high enrollment of ECD children, trying to remove them from home when there's no food. So the parents were actually pushing their kids away so that at least they know they will have something at school. And I experienced a case when we were doing one of the assessments where an ECD kid, who is about 4 years old, had smuggled porridge, had put porridge in a plastic paper to take home. And when we asked him, why are you doing this? He says, I left my brothers at home. They've got nothing. And I wish they could also have this. And here you are, and you don't even know what to do. So you had also the motivation among students to at least come back to school and attend classes. So these are expressions from women who were, when we asked them, so why are you cooking? This is the role of government. Government is supposed to provide the basic service, but they indicated that the donors and the government of Zimbabwe have played their role, and we have to play our role. In as much as we know, yes, government has to do this, but the lived reality is it's not going to happen. But the children are ours, and we will cook. So they identify women and they do roasters to prepare porridge. So what has been the impact of the national debt on community-led initiatives? I think the previous presenter indicated that there are policies in different countries to promote schools feeding. And indeed in Zimbabwe there is a policy that compels schools to have school feeding committees and school feeding in their respective schools. From the research that we did, in as much as this is a sustainable approach to feed our children, Some citizens feel there's an element of exploitation because one person is not taking the responsibility. You are being asked to, for a rural folk, you are supposed to go to the deep tank to ferry water into the deep tank. Then you are supposed to go and do conservation agriculture. You are supposed to go to the clinic to go and provide river sand. You are supposed to be going to the borehole. There's a new borehole that is being drilled. You need to provide your labor. So at the end of the day, citizens or communities are overwhelmed. Their contribution, be it through labor, when you try to quantify it, it is actually more than what we are bringing in. And we always say, what do they bring to the table? I thank you.
Thank you, Harrington. You have heard of the struggles of Zimbabwe, how it all started and all that they went through. But thank you, Caritas, for chipping in as a role as the advocates. Now to you, Harrington. You have highlighted that you have experienced some challenges in those in feeding in schools. So I pose this question to you. Because you are here, we are trying to come up with something that is sustainable. So I want to know, what measures have you put in place? What control measures have you put in place to make sure that that idea you brought in becomes sustainable?
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I skipped it in my presentation. So when we were trying to secure the corn soya blend that would be used by the schools, we deliberately looked for an organization or a private company that purchases the ingredients for the corn soya blend from the local community. In as much as they are making a profit, the farmers, the smallholder farmers also are at least getting something. And the smallholder farmers are also seeing that their ingredients, yes, they've been put value, but they are going to their children. So we have tried to nurture this relationship between this manufacturer and the smallholder farmers that supply the schools, the catchment of the schools. So that's one measure that we have put in place to ensure that maybe there can be some kind of sustainability, and then the lowering of the cost of acquiring the corn soya blend. Secondly, I think we piloted in 2 schools where we found the schools they already had boreholes, solar-powered boreholes. The land is there, but because of poor social cohesion in that particular community, for them to at least grow something in the garden that they use then, so that even if there is, they receive from government maize, then they have vegetables from the garden that they are able to provide sadza and vegetables to their children. So in these two schools, we have had initiatives of trying to do conflict resolution and try to get the parents to own the school, to try and put something in the garden. And we've brought in government, because government in Zimbabwe provides input starter packs to individuals, to government departments. And so at times, because they don't know where to go because of their remote location, so we've helped them to reach out to the Ministry of Agriculture so that at least they can get access to inputs, and then they can do something in the garden, and then at least that way we'll have a localized school feeding system. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question for you, then we proceed with Abiola. We have a stakeholder involvement, and in the education of a child, one important part is the parents, or the teachers themselves, and lately the business community. How have you tried to involve the business community?
I think from what I've been explaining, so the business community comes in. We have this organization, it's private sector, that is offering the porridge. So this organization is purchasing raw materials for the porridge from the smallholder farmers. So we have kind of created a platform where they can start the engagements whilst we are still there, so that maybe we can reduce the elements of exploitation and all. Yeah, it's still in its infancy, but we are hoping by the time we get to maybe September, something would have worked out, would have drawn lessons and seen how better we can improve, and also the input from the parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful insights. This was indeed a very rich presentation. Now, due to time factor, let me call Abiola for your insight. Abiola from Bread of Life on the global policy pathways to finance school meals. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon or good morning. Let's see what time it is. It's still morning. So thank you so much again to Father Charlie, the organizers of this event, the unseen and seen heroes and saints. I have two saints in this room who've been able to just be very supportive of our participation. So, Bread for the World, as I mentioned, turned 50 2 weeks ago. So we just celebrated our 50th anniversary. We're 50 and looking fabulous. That's right. And, we were created in the basement of a church in New York City. That's what a lot of people don't know, by Reverend Art Simon, who passed away last year. I was able to be at his funeral. And he wanted to address the issue of hunger, both domestically and internationally. But his big brother also ended up being a senator. So if you have a big brother or a big sister, you know that you're always looking up to them, like you're copying what they're doing, you're putting on their outfit. Like I actually remember my older sibling saying, "Stop doing what I'm doing," but that's what you look up to. And so he really looked up to his big brother, and his big brother was like, "Listen, I understand you want to end hunger and you're putting food in people's refrigerators, through your work, you're doing house visits, you're preaching, but really the way you make an impact is through policy change." He's like, trust me, I'm a senator. If you can pass laws, if you can work on laws that, pass, you're going to transform millions of lives. And he took the good advice of his big brother, and he started working on not just getting food into people's refrigerators, but also passing laws that really impacted, people's lives, both from a domestic and international perspective. He was also a thinker. He is the brainchild behind the institute where I lead a bunch of really smart people, way smarter, than I can ever imagine being. He was a thinker, a writer. He understood the power of research and data really helping to drive change. And so, and when the data is sound, based on objectivity as opposed to subjectivity, we found that we're able to resonate with both Republicans and Democrats, independents, and people who don't know what their political affiliation is. And so that's why at Bread for the World, when we go on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., people let us into their offices. As I mentioned, our advocacy summit that we had a couple of weeks ago, we visited over 200 congressional offices with our 500 leaders who were in town, who came on their own dime. That's the other thing. Our supporters just love the mission, and they do it on their own dime. And it was a sight to behold. We also had about 100 college students. That's a whole different energy. I know I look young, and people say I look young, but around those college students, I was like, wow, this energy is fire, and I love it. And so that's a little bit about the organization. And if I go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about some of the entities that we're part of. So we're part of, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, but I just wanted to center the impact of school feeding and the different sustainable development goals that school feeding touches upon. So obviously we see, it addresses poverty, it addresses hunger, it addresses good health, quality education, gender equity, as we've heard. The girl child particularly has to be educated. Sometimes parents are having to make the decision on whether or not who goes to school, basically, like who goes to these programs. And we've seen that for every dollar invested in school feeding, the return on investment is $10, not just by way of economics, but also the girl child becoming, the girl woman who's making good choices, whether it's from her reproductive rights or also, her marital rights, not staying in abusive relationships, understanding her self-worth. There's just a lot that comes into food security for boys and girls. And so, and I always, sort of round it up with partnerships, because all of this, the reason why we're here today is because of the partnership that we have with Father Charlie, who was so gracious to come to Washington, D.C. a couple of months ago to talk to our board of directors, to really talk about his passion around this issue of school feeding. We're really grateful to you, Father Charlie, for your commitment to this work. But partnerships are really key, whether in the public sector or the private sector. You cannot do it alone. It literally takes a community to do this. So just wanting to center us in this, the Sustainable Development Goals. And then if we go to, and I really believe, I subscribe to the fact that education and food security is tied to all of the other Sustainable Development Goals, because healthy children become healthy adults who impact, these policy issues. And then the next slide just shows some of the partnerships that we're part of. So you've heard about the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. You've probably heard about the School Meals Coalition. Those are both entities that Bread for the World is part of. And I should mention that, Bread has had 3 presidents since our founding 50 years ago. Art Simon, who passed away last year, David Beckman, who's still alive and well and doing amazing things, and thirdly, Reverend Eugene Cho. And David Beckman was an economist with the World Bank, and he was one of actually the supporters and founders of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So when I saw him in Brazil last year, he was trying to, because I was like, David, what is this, what is this alliance that you're working on? Tell me about it, over breakfast. And he was trying to explain it to me. And he's like, really, it's just governments, private sector, different entities putting money in a pool of initiative so that countries can apply for resources to scale up their school feeding program. So that's the way he described it. And I said, wow, that is amazing, because I had worked on an initiative called Aim for Climate, where it was a partnership between the UAE, the government of the UAE, and the US government. And their objective was to put in money for climate smart agriculture in a way that's good for the environment, but also good for people. And it's also kind of similar to, the EIF fund that we heard about yesterday. How do we put money into a pot of, how do we put money into a pot to help to build capacity? So that's the basic premise behind the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We are a thought partner of the Global Alliance because in the Institute, we do a lot of thinking, a lot of research, a lot of writing. And so some of the conversations that we're having today, I'm hoping that Father Charlie, we're able to really carry them forward to the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And then, of course, we are part of the Global School Meals Coalition, which is the secretariat is at the World Food Program. I used to work at WFP, for about 4 years, and I have to say that working at the World Food Program was one of the highlights of my career because I got to actually be in the field to see some of the things that Harrington is talking about. I was at the Sawahari camp. That's a little-known country on the continent of Africa in dispute between, Algeria, for a variety of reasons, to see some of the operations that were happening there. I was in northeastern Nigeria where I was trying to mobilize resources around the 4 famines. I've also been to the Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. Most recently, I was at the Burkina Faso-Ghana border where there's a conflict going on, people may not know, and the displaced children were actually being fed and schooled in Ghana, but they're actually Burkina, they're kids from Burkina Faso, and a lot of them are orphaned children as well. So these realities of, children, whether in the humanitarian context, because of conflict, because of climate displacement, which you talked about so beautifully, Harrington, or just because of economic, inequality, these issues are real and they're really impacting children in the humanitarian context. And then when we look at it from a development context, it makes it much more difficult, for children in these contexts to actually not just live, but to thrive, right? Because that's ultimately what we want for all of our children and all of God's children. So if we go to the next slide, there's a faith basis for school feeding, right? So we see in the book, in the Gospel of John, and I'm not claiming to be a preacher, because my CEO always says, stay in your lane, you're a policy person, and I'm like, yes, Reverend. But, my sort of, recollection of, because, just to kind of step back a bit, when there's something happening in my work, and because I'm so fortunate to be doing the work from a faith lens, I always say, what would God do about this? You know what I mean? What would God say about, what's happening? And I think that's also, that is especially important in this day and age where we're faced with so much subjective truth. So it's your truth is different from my truth, and it can be very mind-bending and mind-twisting, right? Where morals are inverted and so on. And so thank God for God. Thank God that we can actually go back and say, what is God's cue on this? What would God say about this? And we see the story of how Jesus, I believe, was able to feed a bunch of people with, the loaves and fishes that were given to him by a little boy. A little boy gave up his food so that Jesus could feed adults. And I can't help but kind of think about, there's a woman named Amina Mohammed. She's the Secretary General of the UN, and how she comes from the northeastern part of Nigeria where there's a lot of violent extremism, Boko Haram issues, etc. And how because she was fed, because she was able to get her education, not only did she survive and thrive as an adult, she's now in a very prominent role on the world stage, advocating, for not just children, but everyone. That's just the power of one child being fed and the ripple effect that could have, on, the society in general. And so, it's not lost on me that school meals really has a transformative effect, not just on the children, but also on society. And it's not charity. I think, I subscribe to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which says that children have the right. They have the right to play. They have the right to eat. They have the right to just be children. I think this is not charity. This is not favor. I think that as adults, we have the obligation to make sure that children's futures are secured through their access to food, their access to education, and their access to their full self-determination. That notion of self-determination that was reflected upon yesterday is one that's, really stuck with me. And then when we go to the next slide, just from a Bread for the World perspective, we have a campaign called Nourish Our Future. And, every 2 years we create what we call our policy change agenda. It is our foundation, which means that when the wind is blowing left and right, no matter what is going on in the world, we've already come up with what we're going to focus on. And our Nourish Our Future campaign basically centers children. So the advocacy summit that I mentioned that we had a couple of weeks ago, our advocacy was really around protecting children, both domestically and internationally, when it comes to their access to food and other things. So the Nourish Our Future campaign is one that we're focused on, and it really aligns with this conversation today on the issue of school feeding, because part of what we look at in that campaign is how does climate change impact kids' access to food? How does conflict impact kids' access to food? How does debt, impact kids' access to food? The other thing that I would say that we pay quite a bit of attention to are what we call the hunger hotspots. This is something that my team and I have been tracking now for a few years. There's a report that the World Food Program puts out every 6 months, or depending on what's going on, where they lay out countries that are considered hunger hotspots as a result of climate change, as a result of debt, as a result of conflict. And one of the things that we're really centering in our work with regards to this Nourish Our Future campaign is making sure that kids in those hunger hotspots are gaining access to food. And it's particularly important, in places like DRC. We don't just focus on Africa, by the way, at Bread for the World. We focus across the globe. We see issues around in Haiti and kids' access to food in Haiti. I mean, these are realities that, we continue to grapple with. So for us, it's really important that as we're looking at proposals to the G20, that we're looking at the humanitarian development nexus, kids in these hunger hotspots, but also kids in the development context, because we believe that all of those children need, they have the right to access food. And then with the next slide, just because I'm a researcher, it's really important for me to just kind of give you sort of a perspective, right? So this graph here shows, because we all know that USAID has been shut down. It's unfortunate because a lot of my friends work for USAID, both in the US and also in the global South. And so it's heart-wrenching that people who've committed their careers to make a difference in the world have lost their livelihoods, right? And so this gives you a sense of how much the US was a contributor to just school feeding alone, right? So you see that about 69%, 68% of funding from school feeding comes from the United States government. And then the others, we see the other countries and, their contributions. This is just from, this report is a little bit dated because it's 2021, but it's probably, there hasn't been any substantial changes in the sense that, with the exception that now that amount that the US government is contributing is probably much lower, like closer to and the data remains to be seen because they haven't published quite how much the US government will be contributing. But the reason why I show this graph is I think it's for two reasons. It's a clarion call for how much power the US government has by way of soft power, because food security and school feeding is a form of soft power. And then the second part of it is why it's important for countries on the continent of Africa and beyond to diversify how they fund important initiatives such as, school feeding, right? So in other words, my mother always says, you can't put all your eggs in one basket, is sort of the concept here. So we all know that school meals provide food to children, making our world stronger, safer, and more prosperous, global and national interest. So the reason why I have these underlined is because right now in the United States, our posture towards the world is, if I'm gonna partner with you, is it gonna make me safer? Is it gonna make me stronger? Is it gonna make me more prosperous? So that's the lens through which the United States is engaging in the international space. And I believe that absolutely we can make the argument that kids who are in school are less likely to be radicalized. Kids who are in school are highly likely to become productive adults who help to stimulate the local economy. And then kids who are in school and follow through with school are more likely to become innovators, entrepreneurs, whether in the agricultural sector or wherever. So we talk about the population boom that's going to be happening in 2050. So 2.5 billion people on the continent of Africa. Every fourth person is going to be African. And it underscores why Africa is a continent that must be reckoned with. And this is why I'm so glad that, the African Union is part of the G20, because this population boom can be a curse or a blessing, depending on how African leaders really leverage the position and how they make strategic investments, which I would argue that investing in children is very, very strategic. Investing in the next generation of leaders is very, very, very strategic. And so if we go to the next slide, I just want to highlight a little bit of some of the programs that we have in the US and globally. There is hunger in the United States, in case you were wondering, and we do have programs that help to address those. So we have something called the Community Eligibility Provision, which basically allows states to provide school lunches to kids in, I wouldn't say impoverished communities, because the way we have it set up, we don't want there to be distinctions between what kids are getting food and what kids are not, because there's the issue of stigma, right? So, Harrington talked about, the little boy smuggling the porridge to his younger ones. That's an issue that is real also in the United States. And the other thing is because of the way that the U.S. government is set up, and I think it's probably the case in also some African contexts, states have the choice to opt for federally funded available resources. So states could say, you know what, federal government, we don't want your money, keep it. Which, by the way, I don't know why any governor would do that, and I'm not going to name any governors right now, but there are states that have said they don't want federal funding for their kids for reasons that, don't make sense, but, for political reasons. So there is a lot of hunger in the United States. But so from a global perspective, the United States has a program called the McGovern-Dole School for Education program, and it's a very powerful initiative that started based on the friendship of two members of Congress, a senator and a congressperson, Republican and Democrat. So I mentioned how, at Bread for the World, we have access to our friends across the aisle because we think that good policy should reflect the perspectives of everyone in society, regardless of their political leanings. And from my work at the World Food Program, working in the field, I've found that when there is community involved, when people have a vested interest in the project, they would want to see it succeed, which is why for the past 23 years, the McGovern-Dole School Feeding Program has been a success. As the data shows, the program in fiscal year 2023 was able to reach around 2.5 million food insecure children in 34 countries. A substantial amount of those countries are on the continent of Africa. McGovern-Dole is ran through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And the reason why I raised that is because you all have heard of the USAID cuts and so on. So right now, McGovern is still protected. It's still a preserved program in the US, in the United States. And this is a program that we advocated for 2 weeks ago when we were on the Hill. And this program continues to be very, very critical. However, this program, as you've seen from the graph that I showed you and what's happened with USAID, is not enough to meet the needs of children in need, particularly on the continent of Africa and then also in the global South. And so that is why this conversation is important. If you go to the next slide, what are some of our recommendations as it relates to what needs to be done? We think that there needs to be a strategy around what global school feeding actually means. Like when we say global universal school meals, what do we mean by that, right? So does it mean like a meal a day, a meal and a take home, a meal and a snack? In the United States, you're you're supposed to eat 5 times a day, maybe not in every context, right? So you have your breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then you have 2 snacks in between, right? So that's sort of like the trend. And then within that 5 times, the food basket, are you getting the nutritional needs that you need? Not just because you're not just piling on calories, you're actually eating things that are helping your brain to develop, etc. Exactly. Oh my gosh. And hopefully you're not eating poison, right?
Too much fat and fried.
Fried fish, fried French fries, yes. So that's important. We have something called the dietary guidelines in the US, which I think is also universal, where they look at the food basket items that families are consuming. So they'll look at a 9-year-old, what does a 9-year-old need to eat to be a healthy adult, right? Etc. When I worked at the World Food Program, it was the same thing. We're looking at the food basket. What does someone in a refugee camp need to be healthy? Because their immune system is compromised because of moving and mobility and stress and being away from their loved ones. So what does that look like, right? And I'll show you in a minute. You'll see the case of Burkina Faso and sort of like how school feeding is a very cross-cutting issue in the sense that it's not just helping to feed kids, but it's actually helping to improve health realities, community activities, and so on. And I'm being told to sum it up, so I will try to sum it up. So we need to figure out also the timeline for achieving this. So we know that the timeline ahead of us is the G20 convening that's happening later on in November as an opportunity to really sort of put things forward to the G20 leaders. And if we go to the next slide, please. Another set of recommendations that we're looking at, which have been mentioned, is I'm going to start with taxes on wealthy industries, because if you tax a penny on every pound of whatever, like pick it, like that's being exported or imported, and you put that into a fund for school feed, a penny, right? That could actually turn into millions and millions of dollars that can be put into school feeding. We talked about South-South collaboration, remittances utilization, etc., debt nutrition swaps, and then the governments can actually do all of these things and have it be part of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty in their policy basket that they have related to school feeding. And the reason why we're advocating for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is because it's a centralized way of raising resources so that people are not just putting money all over the place, and that it also enables tracking the progress of these investments being made. Additional measures, we think that Africa Day of School Feeding should include finance ministers and youth leaders signing a commitment with timelines to achieve universal school feeding. One of my first articles when I worked at the World Food Program was actually on school feeding, where I talked to my colleagues from across the continent about the work that they were doing. And one of the things that was missing was the voices of the young people. So I think that they need to be at the table as policies are being made that impacts their livelihoods. And there has to be also a continental commitment through the African Union countries that school feeding will be part of their national budgets. And speaking of national budgets, if we go to this slide really quickly, I have a case study of Burkina Faso. If you look here, the government's contribution is about 82% to school feeding. And then you see that other contribution is quite little, right? And then if you look at just the meals, so they have breakfast, lunch, snacks, take-home rations, and then conditional cash transfers. And then you look at some of the sources procured domestically. The food items were procured domestically, which means that it's also helping to stimulate the local economy. And then the complementary activities. Kids are learning how to wash their hands with soap so that they don't get sick. Kids are being dewormed so they don't get sick. Good drinking water, some things that maybe we take for granted. They have school gardens, they have physical education, hygiene, all of these good things are coming out of the work of the government of Burkina Faso. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see some of the outcomes, right? Not only are kids getting fed, but we're also seeing that, jobs are being created as a result of, to the point that Harriton made, jobs are being created in a way that's helping to stimulate the local economy. It's also empowering youth groups and women in the work that they're doing. And then I'm going to wrap up because I know our moderator is asking me to wrap it up. I encourage you to visit Bread for the World. We write quite a bit about school feeding. These are just a few articles that my team members pulled together. So Peru, Kenya, Ghana, Malawi, all doing really great work. And I thank you so much for your commitment. I think that's my last slide. And then the last one. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abiola, for the beautiful sharing, well-researched work. And I think we will give us more details, even the journal, so that we can read more. Thank you so much for the work you do, to you and your organization. Keep the good work. And I liked it when you talked about return on investment, because we plow now and we'll reap the fruits in the future. With that, due to time, we will not do questions, but we'll catch up during lunch and later. At this juncture, I'll call on Reverend Sister Dr. Magdalene Mosalagai to the podium for the next session.
Thank you so much, sister. Thank you. Sister. Before Sister Mosalagai comes to the front, or sister, you can just come and maybe sit here if you'd like. Colleagues, we have now heard from the grassroots, from Caritas Africa and the policy table. The challenge before us is no longer what must be done. It is how we will respond. To carry us into the next critical moment, an interactive exchange that demands both our moral imagination and our practical resolve, we are now guided by someone who embodies both. The program says Sister Dr. Magdalene Mosalagai brings not only a sharp intellect, but the depth of faith and service that reminds us the most powerful leaders are those who act in service of the vulnerable. This session is our opportunity to co-create, to identify real, measurable, and Africa-led pathways forward. This is where strategy meets solidarity. This is where commitments begin. Sister seems to have disappeared. This is where now Sister is invited to lead us into this generative space. I can really resonate. I understand the nerves can kick in here and there. So while sister's getting ready to come through, there you go, sister. I hope you're good. Okay. Where do we not just speak, but shape the next steps together? Let us engage with courage. Let us speak with clarity. Let us move with purpose. Are you ready, sister? Thank you. Over to sister. Please give her a round of applause.
Good morning. This is said to be an interactive because here we are going to plan, we are going to talk, we are going to find a way forward. So interactive as it is, really, when we're seated, I just want us to warm up a little bit so that we can become more interactive. So I want to start with this, that all of us are actually getting towards the end of our 2 days in here, and we would want to see Africa moving. If you believe and I believe it, Africa will be safe. If we believe and I believe, and Africa will be safe, and Africa will be safe, and Africa will be safe. If you believe and I believe, and Africa will be safe, because all of us, we can do this. So it's our time so that we get to be interactive, so that we know how we want our leaders to present us in terms of school feeding. So we remember yesterday, Gordon Brown, yesterday we were talking about how we would want to see our Africa. So we were welcomed yesterday by Father Charles, and he had said that we have come together intentionally, right, to shape and make history. And Bishop Tulani expressed that we need to have a prophetic role to play. And Prof. Chitwange said that we need to have a collective strategy which will help Africa to come out of debt. And with the 73 million children worldwide who do not have access to school meals, what are we saying? What are we saying? Yesterday again, Ms. Mahadi had said that we need to galvanize. We are not just coming in here just to just be sitting. We need to be intentional, and we need to find solutions. And this is our moment that we come today so that we become interactive. So I want us to go through some questions so that we can plan. We can plan. And from all that has been said today, I'd like us to look at these questions and let us talk about them so that we have what we can take forward to the G20. Remember, some of the programs that has been said, in Botswana we have what we call homegrown focus, which is called an integrated green consumption initiatives, where we source fresh food products from local farmers and smallholders to support rural livelihoods and improve nutrition. And also in Ghana, they have what they call school feeding models, where they locally source meals to children in public primary schools and kindergartens. And of course, in South Africa, we do have what they call Beyond the Plate, where they have school food. Gardens are encouraged to supplement meals and teach food security. So, for our plenary, let us talk about this. What is the biggest barrier to effective meal programs in our different regions? Interactive, right? We talk so that we can have a way forward. Yes, please. Oh.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Olile Mkachwa. I was born in a very marginalized area in Mgoboti, Mpumalanga, Nkomazi region. So this is very subjective. I relate. I was one of those kids who had 1 meal a day. Just to introduce myself, I hold a master's in ecological sciences with direct emphasis on multiple stressors affecting the ecological state of our rivers. And I also have an opportunity to be an ambassador of a Young Women for Life movement, which is a community initiative responding to issues of HIV, human rights, and teenage pregnancy and GBV. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the reason I did this master's in ecological science to restore our rivers is because I understand that lack of water means lack of food. I'm from Gobotsi, our rivers are dry. Until now, they are dry. My studies was in KZN. What about Mgobotsi, where I grew up, where I was born? I'm thinking now, as he was speaking, Mr. Harrington Chuma, I could hear how they are responding to these issues of hunger. But the big question is, are they sustainable? Are they sustainable? Because now when we keep on giving out these emergency aids, how about next year? We need to agree now that we are 3 years before 2030, and we're not even in track with any of our sustainable goals. Not to mention the first and the second one, which is very important, but we have not even attained it. Are we still going to attain it in 2030? The answer is no. Food security speaks to availability, access, and utilization. But if we are not including us, the marginalized, if we keep on giving out funds at a national level, what about us at a local level? We are here. There is very high unemployment rate. I relate to these issues. I know I am experiencing this and I have empirical evidence. I'm currently doing a study which is rethinking your drinking, which means that we are encouraging the community of Matsulu to stop drinking or drink responsibly. And the response I got there is that many people are drinking alcohol because they want to numb their harsh realities. And I'm talking about demographic groups of age 25 to 60 years, people who are supposed to be parents, people who are supposed to be feeding the kid, but because they are unemployed, there's no water, there's nothing. What are we doing? Can we please try to produce a more holistic approach for my sake, for the community of Ngoboti, for the community of Matsulu? We need a more holistic approach. We need to interconnect these issues, because if there's climate change issues, no food. If there is environmental degradation, no food. Please, can we please adopt a more holistic approach? Thank you so much.
Okay, my hand was up after her. Can I speak? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Boitumelo Maila. I was born in Limpopo, Sekhukhune, in a very rural area called Ramaila Mapitsani, but I stay in Mpumalanga. I work for the Department of Health at Leidenburg. My credentials are long, but yeah, I won't dwell much there. I also have an NGO. It's called First Lady Foundation. It does basically everything. So, yes. And the most important part that speaks to me is the fact that I was born in a royal family. And, you know, being born in a royal family means that your home becomes a home for everyone. When there's no meals for families in the community, you need to share with the community what you have. I think this topic speaks to me closely because I got to experience how it feels to eat from the bins as well. So with that said, I think the first point of departure in this topic is us understanding or making the government understand that school meals are not a favor to our school kids. They're actually a human right. So if we depart from that point and making the government understand, then I think we would be going somewhere as well. And I'm also adding on what Xolile was saying. And then secondly, I think we need to work with what we have at the moment. Because we cannot say we are planning for future. What happens now while we are planning for future? And another thing that I think our government needs to think about is that really breaks my heart is the fact that our leaders don't understand what happens, especially in rural areas. For you to understand something, you need to be experiencing it. So if you don't get the feel of what happens in rural areas, you'll never understand. No matter how much we try to explain to you, you'll never get to experience it. I think they need to be at a point where they come to rural areas to see how much our kids are suffering, simply because their kids are not in those schools. They have all the meals that they have in the whole world. So I think we also need to conscientize the government to do away with the tenderization of food schemes, because if we do away with tenders, I think we'll be moving in a right direction. For example, if the tenderpreneurs are not paid, our kids don't get food in schools. We need to face the reality that there's corruption in these tenders. If we do away with tenders, then we'll be moving into the right direction. Maybe we can source food from local farmers. We can invest in school gardens. We can invest in green kitchens as well in the schools. So if we do that, maybe that could help us also in job creation, and the money will circulate in the communities. So my point of emphasis is that the government should do away with the tenderization of food schemes. Thank you.
Okay, my sister, so I'm going to be the devil's advocate again. You see, again, the problem, and I want to feel for you, and this is something that we struggle with every day, and those of us that are my age and older, it's an indictment, Wena. It is an indictment that children in Africa starve when food is burnt and thrown away. It is an indictment. So it's not about our government knowing. The government knows. They are clear. When we've had food parcels during COVID, people were stealing food parcels. Let's be real. The problem is our economic system. And our governments do not care. You see, the reason I raised the issue yesterday with the EIA, or the let's me pay you money for innovation at the end. What innovation is going to take away starvation? You don't need innovation, you just need food. Can you believe a continent where people grew food every single day? Children ate every single day because we grew it in our backyard. It's called organic farming. Now organic farming and organic food is so expensive, yet it was what Africans did as part of who we are. Our children starve. You talk about the rivers that have no longer that are running dry. Who created climate change? Not Africans. So where's the polluter pays? We are the people who cause this problem that make our children starve. We cannot work within a system that is against us. We need to challenge the system and the children that are speaking from their hearts of experience. If we do not change the system, if we do not hold our governments accountable, they will continue to starve. And it's not just food security. We have a whole campaign called food sovereignty. It is your right to have food. And it is an indictment if we do not take to the streets and demand that our children eat, not just school feeding programs. Those are intermediate. Those are immediate. But we need a fundamental overhaul. I want to end with one point, sister. You know, there's a thing called the World Trade Organization. Under the World Trade Organization, you have an agreement called Agreement on Agriculture. Under the Agreement of Agriculture, they deny African countries the right to subsidize agriculture. But in Europe, they subsidize their agriculture to the point that a cow is given more money for food than an African child. That's our reality. A cow means more to a European person than the life of an African child. That hasn't changed. I'm 54, I'm going to be 55. I've been in the struggle for more than 30 years. It hasn't changed. And it is getting worse because our young kids are worried about cell phones, are busy with brand names, but they do not understand the current situation. When we were in Cancun, a South Korean farmer, so we were contesting the WTO. A South Korean farmer marched with his South Korean farmer comrades. When they were finished marching and chanting, because they carried a coffin to say, look, this WTO system must die, he then left the group and jumped onto a gate, ripped his clothing off and wore his traditional clothing, took a knife from his foot, his sock, and put it through his heart. And you know what he said before he died? I'm committing suicide as a representation of every single farmer that commits suicide in South Korea because they can no longer feed their children as rice farmers. And he put it through his heart. Not just for South Korean farmers, but for farmers across the continent, across the world, across the South. We are in trouble. They called him a terrorist, or he was a madman. They insulted us as civil society organizations who said to the WTO and countries of the North, please understand the plight of the people in the South. Do you know that when they were asked, they gave a moment of silence in the formal proceedings? And when the European countries were then asked, please, this is a representation of what is happening by its millions across the world. Can you please consider changing your agreement on agriculture? Allow Africans to feed themselves. Allow them to do what is necessary so children can eat. I give you the response of the French president at that time. He said, if I agree here and I land in France, my farmers will be at the airport. I will not be able to leave. So my comrades, when our leaders go to the WTO, don't go into meetings, shop around, live in 5-star hotels, drive around, and decisions get made at the WTO through what? Silence is consensus. If you are not there to say no, you have said yes. So they are not there. Do we meet them at the airport and not allow them to go home? No. So we need a fundamental change. And I believe it is our religious obligation to contest and speak out against an injustice. Thank you.
Remember, we are not erasing, but we are trying to galvanize. So we're coming up with solutions to take to the G20, right? So as you speak, also come up with bring back solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. My name is Boubacar Yugbare. I work for the African Union, particularly a specialized institution of the African Union in charge of promoting girls' education called African Union CFA. You're asking me to bring solution. I don't have solution for now on the table, but I wanted to say, if you hear people talking about this critical issue, it's bring us to the political will of our leaders. In 2016, our head of state, during the AU summit that took place in Addis Ababa in 2016, there was an agreement to establish a school feeding program in Africa. And there was a decision taken to make the 1st of March of each year a school feeding day in Africa. Last March, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the school feeding day in Africa. As I talk, 80% of African countries have funding provision for school feeding program. And 91% of those countries have school feeding initiatives within the country. So the process took time, but member states are understanding the rationale and the importance of having the school feeding program. And now we are trying to see, it's some few countries that are missing on the call, but we are getting there. My point I'm trying to make is the importance, and Abiola, sorry if I missed the name, but she made an interesting presentation linking it with, since I'm doing girls' education, how important is school feeding program in girls' retention. In South Africa, you guys may not have issues around girls having access to school, but in some countries there are very challenges. Girls do not have the chance to have access to school. And when they access, it's another challenge to be maintained in school and even achieve schooling. And some of the countries like South Sudan, like Ethiopia, the school feeding program has made significant impact on girls' retention in educational system. On top of just giving food ration in school, there was also the takeaway aspect of it, and it helps also feed some families back home. The point I'm trying to make, it's like we can have those discussions and these beautiful meetings, but at the end of the day, how do we navigate between the politics to make sure that the voice is taken to the table where decisions are making? The African Union will be having a seat at the G20 or G21 summit that will be coming. How do we bring the discussion to that table? We need at some point, if the African Union is voicing, we need at some point a member state, like an official voice from a president saying this is an issue, we need to table this and this, we need to do this. Because as an organization, people are usually saying, you guys are meeting in Addis Ababa discussing politics and peace and security and so on. But at the end of the day, countries are very powerful, and we need to find a way to make sure that countries take this, put it on the table as a main agenda to be discussed in the upcoming. As a concluding note, the AECFR has launched an Africa Educator campaign. What does it mean? When COVID-19 came and schools were closed, we then realized that this was something very difficult for some of the children, especially girls. They were dropping out because of different reasons. So Africa Educator campaign is a rally call for African Union member states to take positive and affirmative action, that no matter what's happened in the future, it could be health crisis, could be conflict, could everything, but we need to make sure that education continues and girls still have access to education. And school feeding program is one of the fundamental pillars of this one. So as we are concluding here today, let's keep in mind that there are millions of girls that are still suffering to have access to education. But on top of the access, maintaining them in school, it's quite critical. And school feeding program is one of the major elements to help maintain girls in school. And I do an appeal to faith-based organizations to continue the good work on this one, and we are really supportive, and we really appreciate what the work that they're doing on this area. Thank you very much.
And then we go to the second question.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'm Sister Jerome, a Dominican. I'm in KZN, in an area called Indwedwe. It's a rural area. I'm a teacher there. It's a high school for girls only, and it's a no-fee paying school. Maybe before I say my opinion, I just want to share, because one of the sustainable goals that are there is about clean water and sanitation. At present, as it is, the schools there around Indwedwe, including our schools, we don't have water at all. Of course, the scarcity of water have been there, but the arrangement was the municipality have been bringing the tanker to schools. And apparently in 2023, the schools were not given the full allocation. They were only given 50%, and that money was never paid back. And as a result, schools are owing municipality. And municipality have decided that even the tanker don't bring water to schools. And as we are talking, schools, we don't have water. Maybe you'll ask the question, how are we surviving? For now, we are still using the Jojo water tank, the rain water tank, and it's running off. I'm just going back to that one. Another one about the school feeding. Luckily, we're one of those. I'm comparing at the beginning of it, when this started. It was the SGP given the point that with the food suppliers, they will interview them and then select the food suppliers that they feel comfortable is going to give us a best service. And during when this was started, you will find that at the end of the month, the supplier will bring food. The remaining, you are able to give learners the food that was remaining in the previous month to take them back home. But now food, it's just like sometimes we don't have it because the suppliers are not paid by the government, and we don't have food at all. And learners, there are learners that rely on that food thing. They eat one meal a day that they get at school. So what I'm saying, as we are saying, we must suggest the solution. My point of view is it would be better if whatever, but they consider faith organization to run these things. Another thing is there are imbalances between the provinces. You'll find that one province, it's just everything is fine and good, goes well. Another province, we don't have. There are imbalances that are there. That's why I'm saying this thing of the food scheme and what have you, maybe it's better given to other organizations that will consider and concentrate on doing it well. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I would say I come with maybe a possible solution or an idea, but based on SA states, which I believe are relatable to all the African countries, since Africa is a fertile land, I saw that about 79% of the country's land in South Africa are farmlands, right? Which is roughly around 96.34 million hectares of land. In that, we have commercial agriculture. It utilizes about 86.2 million hectares, while the smallholder sectors use about 14.5 million hectares. It's safe to say that we do not lack capacity, but priority. So I would say that let's have a policy for the redirection of agricultural resources towards the universal school feeding program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can hear the frustrations that comes from discussions like this that have been on the table for a long time. And I think going back to the discussion of yesterday, and as we trying to make history, as Father Charles is saying, as we're trying to navigate how we're going to come with a program that will change this continent. So what we take into the G20, I come back to what my brother just said now. As Africans, we need to know where policies are made that changes Africa. And he was talking about the African Union, and I'm glad that many of you are working with the African Union. But how do we influence our governments to make that body? For me, I'm thinking of this G21 is still not enough in the G21. There's an outcome that came from Brazil in terms of hunger, which is a very good outcome because now it is out there's partnership between government and the private sector. But that outcome does not change national policies. The issue of girls not going to school is a national prerogative. Does not matter whether the Universal Declaration of the Child of the Rights of the Child says children must be at school. If we don't hold governments accountable at home to make sure that the children are at school, that won't change. So for me, the collective solidarity that Prof was talking about yesterday, I see this two-day think tank becoming that platform that is connecting the church, civil society organization to rethink the partnership of holding governments accountable. Children not going to school in this continent, in other places where there is still war. How do we make sure that our continent, the leaders in our continent, take responsibility and not being used as fodders of war? Because until we deal with that, we will come back and be talking here without making that. You know, there was a question by Abiola, what will God do? I've heard my sisters and my daughter there talking about issue of food not tendering. I want to give an example of South Africa because I've worked in education before other things, that the school feeding schemes were given to school governing bodies. All the non-paying schools are being fed by government. However, when we talk about what will God do, it's not only teachers who are stealing, it's parents who are stealing the food. It's parents who now saw the opportunity of stealing the food. So we've got a nation, as a country, but nation in the continent that needs a new moral compass, going back to Mutu Kimutu Kabatu. You know, the Ubuntu we're talking about yesterday. Because if we're not going back, it does not matter which government is corrupt. If the civil society itself is corrupt, then there is no change. So the church, for me, I think the church has a biggest role to play. Whether people are Catholics or they are whatever church, in some instances, people go to church twice a day on a Sunday. How do we use that collective to start taking them out to ensure that all the things that we want to see happening in our countries are happening? Because if we're not going to do that, it's not going to help. You spoke about food security and food sovereignty. The North is very clear that there is no global South that has food sovereignty. That is theirs. We have food security because they are owning the seeds, they're owning the food. We continuously speak about fortifying food. We have to fortify food because we've got seeds that are meant to kill us. We've got GMO seeds,
that governments have signed on. So when we speak about food security, we must change that WTO to say no country can own a seed. The church, God says, on the day there will be seed that will reproduce themselves. GMO seeds don't reproduce themselves, they die, so that you buy every time. So as a continent, as we're speaking about having food gardens, you've got food gardens, but that garden, you can't wait for it to have a seed again. The seed is going to die. So how do we make, even if the church says now, the church will own the seeds and provide the seeds to their congregation, and that congregation become the new seed owners for the continent. Then we are going to be drastic in addressing the North and beating them on their own goals. I think we will continue speaking, but we're not addressing the real issues. The Ecological Impact Fund I think it's a very good fund if we're looking at the same way that they have a fund for food. But what I want us to think about is the issue of pay for success. The biggest challenge that we're having in Africa now, we've got young people who are innovators. They've got patents, but our governments don't support that because they don't have money. So people come and take that patent, put money on it, and then we buy it back. So let's support even those that have innovations that are traditional and put money into it. Thank you.
Yes, from this question, what came up was we need government to stop on tenderizing. Are we talking maybe of direct appointment in terms of vis-a-vis tenderizing? And then we also have faith-based organizations be given control over school feeding schemes, and that we really need to know where policies are coming from, and connection of the civil society and with other entities. Now, I want us to also talk about, we've been talking about local food production and how we need to support local economies in terms of the feeding. So I would want to pose a question: how can we really make it more sustainable? Sustainable using local resources. How can we make these food meals to become sustainable? Yes, I know that you spoke about rivers becoming so dry, but then how do we make our school meals more sustainable using our local resources? And how can school meals also boost the local economies? One or two people?
Thank you. Well, I come from a justice and peace point of view, but I also am involved with a seniors program under the auspices of the Archdiocese of Cape Town. With the seniors program, thanks to Caritas, we've been funded for senior housing, but also for a food security program. What we've done is, so far, there are many children in Khayelitsha going hungry. And through the food security program, what we've done is we've actually used that money to secure 90 families in Khayelitsha, where seniors actually go back into their homes, and they have food gardens and they, because of the rate of unemployment, their own parents are unemployed. So the seniors, actually the grandparents who look after the kids, actually feed them from their own gardens. So maybe this could be a way of actually getting people involved. funding coming straight to organizations instead of going via governments. And then that money is directly being used for feeding kids and for, so that kids don't go hungry.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Loretta Joseph, and I am with the parish of St. Ninian's, Girls River, but I'm also got my own organization that I've been doing for 20 years now, best practice model as an international development practitioner. So just to join up on the food gardenings, and I've been working around the faith sectors, different faith sectors for the 20 years. And what I've noticed, like in our communities, we have what they call stockvelds in different areas. And one of the strategies that we used with the community, using the stockveld as a means of an entry point to unlock local economy, was then to ask them to contribute of these stockvelds to a project, a program in one of the areas that we worked in called Mfuleni. And the woman that was involved in the project has been instrumental in doing that. So from the stockveld, they then gave back to the project and support the government locally for their own for their community. So more of this still needs to be activated. And in our cultures, when you talk about money amongst ourselves, then we first say, hi, Andias, we don't have, right? So we need to change mindsets around how do we work with our own finances in families so that our children can be able to understand how to grow their own economy from a very local point. So for the past 20 years, I've been involved in small steps in making changes. So there is a model of change that can be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Wesley. So just to, excuse me if I can stand, there are some direct questions that we are being asked. One of them is, what message do we want to take to the G20? The other one is, how can we make, school feeding sustainable? So my thinking is that we shouldn't look at these problems in isolation. They are interlinked. And therefore, when we are communicating to decision makers, we need to be strategic about how we communicate the issues. We need to demonstrate clearly the nexus between the climate crisis that we have, the debt crisis that we have, the hunger crisis that we have, and a lot of other crises. You cannot treat one problem without treating the rest. It's not going to work. So we need a holistic approach. So as we are communicating to the G20, in our communication, we need to demonstrate how connected these issues are and why we cannot respond to one without the other, and therefore a holistic approach. During the meeting that we had with Father Charlie, one of the colleagues mentioned that policymakers pay attention to cost. When we are communicating about school feeding, the first thing that is going to come to a policymaker is, how much does it cost? So we need to have those numbers ready. How much does it cost to feed a child in school? How many does it take for an entire school to have a school feeding program? And from that is where we need to draw their attention to the lack of fiscal space. They don't have extra money to do this. But also they need to realize that maybe it's cheaper to maintain the school feeding programs than to maintain other programs that, for lack of a better term, that don't make sense. There are certain programs that can be forgone. I'm talking about prioritizing. We can prioritize such programs as school feeding than others. So we need to be very clear in our communication with our policymakers. Now, we're talking about the G20. We've got the African Union, we've got the Regional Economic Commissions, the SADC, ECOWAS, the EAC, all of those. With these regional economic commissions, these regional bodies, there are beautiful policies that are made. We have different conventions and protocols within these regional economic commissions and the regional bodies. The challenge is that our local governments do not domesticate these provisions in these international instruments. If the provisions that are there in all these AU conventions, the SADC conventions, and all of those, if they were domesticated at the local level, then they are translated into policy. Policy and laws are only as good as they can be implemented. So we have these regional economic bodies with big think tanks that advise them, and we put all these pronouncements together, but they don't go anywhere because we do not implement. So there is a weak sanctioning regime among the regional economic commissions. If, for example, we say this is what SADC has decided, and as a signatory to this, you are compelled to do this, and it is followed through. There is some sort of sanctioning that happens if the country doesn't go through that. Maybe we can get somewhere. But we don't have a very weak sanctioning environment. Of course, there are issues of sovereignty and all of that. But that is what makes our regional bodies useless. And I'm sorry to say SADC is the most useless among them. We need to be able to translate all of these policies into something tangible. And it is up to us to take those messages. For example, at the level of the G20, what is it that we want them to do? Yes, because of the climate crisis, debt crisis, there is no fiscal space to attend to the hunger crisis. There are solutions that can be made. My sister here was talking about reforms that are radical. Sometimes we do have to make those. There are WTO rules. As an example, I'm finalizing, sorry to take long. They are going to tell you financial rules, trade rules, tax rules. Donald Trump is effecting tariffs. If Africans tried to do that, they are going to talk about unfair trade. He's encouraging everybody to produce within America, stop importing and do that. You can't do that. So those systems need to change. The WTO is not telling USA that these are unfair trade rules. So the systems are biased towards certain actors and players. So we need to make reforms to those international systems in terms of financial rules, tax rules, trade and investment rules, and all of those things. And these are the messages that we are supposed to be giving to the G20. Granted, overseas development assistance has reduced. There's a preference for defense finance now in Europe instead of development finance because of the shenanigans that Donald Trump is pulling. So then how do we do all of these other things? There is concessional financing that can be given to African countries through special drawing rights and all of those other initiatives. There is concessional financing that can be accessed, and not loans and not other things. So we need to be very clear as we are trying to communicate some of the solutions that we want the G20 to implement. Thank you. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you. I promised myself I will not say anything, but may I just stand, please? I just want to say yes to everything that I've just heard. My community comes from a tradition of the Trappist. These are people who worked with their hands, worked the earth to feed themselves. I've had the privilege of visiting a number of African countries and have seen what happens. I can speak about examples of Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and so forth, how people use a small plot of land to grow their vegetables. One of the issues that I have with us South Africans is laziness, that we've abandoned some of the ways that we inherited from our own ancestors. We go to supermarkets to buy everything, acting as if we are super rich. And yet we are rich in terms of land and water in many parts of our country. So yes to all the changes that we're calling for, but one of the changes is maybe the change of mindset. I'm happy to see sometimes in social media, you see so many young people now going back to agriculture. They're making it look sexy, sorry to say that. But you see them posting all those things. I know it's hard work behind that, but I'm glad to see that there's so many of them who are doing that. But if we want change, as Mahatma Gandhi once said, be the change that you want to see in the world. So it needs to begin with us. Even the religious sisters or brothers, whoever are here, I don't know what is it that we're doing, and those who have that platform called the pulpit, what are we doing to call people to change, have a change of mindset? Go back and utilize what you have. So obviously, there may need to be, people need perhaps to be skilled or reskilled, especially when it comes to the issues of climate change. Harrington, I think, was presenting, talking about the situation in Zimbabwe. How can we source and grow certain plants that perhaps will be drought resistant? Because it would be great if those school feeding, these feeding schemes, if these are sourced locally. So that means then we need to go back, start growing our own crops. We don't need AU or government to change policies on that. Yes, we do need on a global stage, but I'm talking about something really more practical. Let us go back to the basics, And if someone has said this to South Africans, they'll sound xenophobic. We're just simply too lazy, I think, to do some of those things for ourselves. So this is just what I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sometimes we say great minds think alike and fools sometimes differ. Bishop, I'm not too sure what you and I are, because you shared a lot of my thoughts that I was going to share. But maybe I can add two more things. There is a scriptural text in the Old Testament when one of the prophets passed away, and the widow had no food in the house, and she had a lot of debts to pay, and the people came knocking on her door and said, we want our money, or we're going to take your children. And it's very much the concept of the sabbatic 7-year cycle. And then, of course, we talk about the year of the Jubilee. It's very much that kind of mentality that took place there. But the prophet Elijah asked the widow, what do you have at home? And she says, I had a little bit of oil. And what happened to that little bit of oil? They were able to make their own living to such an extent where they were able to pay off all the debtors and they had sufficient for the family. I think it's a good example for us as Africans. What do we have in Africa? But I also want to propose something that's probably very controversial, but I also think something for us to think about. And that comes to your question about sustainability. What if we say to every government in Africa, in your school curriculum, in your school program and curriculum, have one, what would you call it, class or one period in your week or maybe transform 50% of your vacant land of your school, divide it up, and have one period in the week for one class to go and cultivate their own piece of land. They are then able to feed themselves, but then they can take that knowledge home and help the families at home. First principle, get our governments to make it policy that one period in the week a class goes and works in the garden, cultivating. Take that knowledge back home. Secondly, our churches have massive lands that are vacant. Why don't we convert that into gardens that can feed our congregation, but can also feed the community? Let us think also outside the box. What do we have that we can make it sustainable for ourselves?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to just say something about, I think, a sector which maybe we haven't highlighted a lot in this discussion, and that is the private sector and what they can contribute. And I think that as the focus moves towards ESG and ESG compliance, there's an opportunity to be able to compel some of these private sector companies to be part of initiatives like the school feeding program. And I think in terms of what we can take to the G20, it would be, and I haven't thought about this very deeply, but something around either tax breaks or incentives for companies that are coming from the G20 that are working in the global south, to be able to contribute directly to these programs, and they get some type of incentive or tax break from their government. Because due to these ESG requirements, they are required to do some form of, they are required to take that up. So I think that we can frame it in a way where we say, you don't need to directly give us this money, but there are different avenues. And one would be to give tax breaks and incentives to private companies that are actually contributing to these programs. And the professors can, I think about this more, but it's just something that came to me.
Thank you so much for your participation and your voices. One last, just that we need to make a commitment, right? So,
just one more point.
Oh.
I was asked to share this by Jennifer from Total News, which is an organization in Nairobi that promotes the agency of children. She's just left for the airport, but she really wanted to share this, so she left it with me. And let me just add something, thinking about what the professors mentioned. When in the Johannine version of the feeding of the thousands, Garth, is that why you have a small boy? Somebody said, there's a small boy with 2 fish and 5 loaves. So the agency of that child fed multitudes. So Jenny was proposing and advocating that we mainstream children, that we make them part of the conversation. And also in some of the planning, we mainstream them in the debt, in the food, and all of those. Yeah, that's what she wanted to share.
One last one. Okay, so remember, it's time for resolute commitment or tangible action, as Ms. Mahadi had said or asked us to do from the beginning. So one last question, just as a wrap-up. What commitment will you make, really, to expand this school meals? What commitment here as a team can we make? Anybody? How do we really want to commit ourselves?
Can I respond to that? Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm getting worried. We have been granted an opportunity to really think deep, to really tap into our intellect. Once we are done, by the end of today, the aim is to ensure that whatever comes out of this forum, this symposium, is realistic, tangible, bold, implementable, and radical. Now, those are simple steps, honestly, very simple. Abiola and I were chatting yesterday over lunch, and I said to her, as a South African, as a Black woman, working also in the GBVF environment on economic power, having seen multitudes of children starving from shacks, mothers selling their children. We were talking about this. Children being mutilated because their mothers, not fathers, their mothers sold them because of hunger. Bishop, are we lazy? I'm not sure. Are we resilient? Perhaps. Are we accepting from history? Perhaps. Are we used to suffering from apartheid era history? Perhaps. Are we used to being oppressed? Perhaps. Are we numb? Yes. We are. It's that thing yokuthi sizathini. What can we do? What can we say? All we know because of history is to point fingers. Government. Sizothini. Sizoyenzani. What can we do? It is our leadership. What I always say in our GBV circles is that whether we like it or not, it all starts at home. Ekhaya, lapeng. It all starts in the family. Even our leaders have families. Our leaders come from families. What can families do from ekhaya, from home? Sister, do we become resilient? Must we just accept the status quo? Sizothini. We've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, colleagues. No. No more. This is it. A young lady who I kept on motivating Izolo. She knows herself, I won't say anything for professional reasons. I said, this is your platform, this is your time. Voice your concerns. Hi. No, not now. I'm not ready. I'm not prepared. We will never be prepared. We will never get this opportunity again. Do we enjoy what we are seeing? Do we like what we are experiencing? Or are we resilient and accepting? Sizotini. This is Africa. I feel that it's time for us to show leadership what Africa is all about. Let them see something different. I was about to mention that how many times do we have to convene and have talk shops? No, not anymore. Not in our lifetimes. What is the point of us being here if we do not give sister tangible commitments, or even what Wesley was saying? What messages is Father Charles and Father Moyeba going to give to the G20? To sum it up, Africa and Africa's future is on our shoulders in this room. In this room, we hold the power. We are not here on vacation. We are here representing our continent and our continent's challenges. And yes, I still say it, the church holds the power. Now the question is, are we able to work with the church? Where the private sector, civil society, everybody mobilizes and works with the church. It's time to bring back morals and ethics. It is time. Genako. We can't forever be blaming government. Sister has been saying solutions. Please, solutions. May we have solutions that are tangible, realistic, bold, radical. I even said yesterday that, you know what, for this country, if women, sister, you're laughing, if women stop spending just for one day, our country's economy will go on its knees. Now they will listen to us. Because we love to spend, that's what we know. We buy groceries, clothes, insurance, what? Everything we buy. Now, to be heard, because there's a difference between being heard and listened to, or rather maybe to be listened to. What radical actions do we need? Because chances are, after we've convened here, we submit what we submit to the G20. There's a process. Do we have 30 more years to go? We don't. Then I'll wrap up.
Thank you so much. I think you already did the wrap up, most of what I've said. But let us remember that in our commitment, in our action in terms of the topic that we're talking about, that every child, every classroom, every day, a meal that nourishes is the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. I just have a few messages that I've been asked to read. But we have one more comment. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Zukile Dom, and I represent Kolping, South Africa. I was very sorry that I couldn't be here yesterday, but I did everything in my power trying to be here today. I just want to contribute. I'm not able to talk long because I don't have the capacity to do that. I'll try to be to the point. On the commitment matter, whenever we talk policy as an ordinary activist, I get immediately disgruntled. And the reason why I get disgruntled, it's because I see the source of the problem as us compromising the quality of leadership who represent us. Time and again in our countries, we have elections. Especially here in South Africa, we have elections. And every time we have elections, we elect exactly people that we know are not going to represent us in a qualitative way. And these people are the ones who go and represent us in the policy decision making. And every 5 years, we repeat those people. We repeat those people. We continue giving them power for nothing. And I think we have come to accept incompetency as the way to go. We have come to accept the disempowerment to civil society groupings. They are completely disempowered, and there's very few voices that are saying anything about that. Those of us who manage to success, have decided to keep quiet and move on with their own individual lives and have forgotten about the poor and disadvantaged. And there is no voice that's leading us, a voice that is non-political, that is leading us as we were doing in the past. I think for me, the biggest commitment that I would like to take out of this is to make sure when I participate in the selection of leadership, I reflect properly as to who should represent me, regardless of the crowd. If a leader has failed me in the last 5 years, there's absolutely no reason for me to commit myself to that failure again. And I think if we could do that as South Africans, we would find ourselves in a different situation. There is no way that we can have so many provinces led by one political party that has failed, and we continue putting them to power again. We should be having diversified political leadership in this country in terms of provinces, but we're not brave to do that because we want to be aligned. And I think for me, that will be the commitment that I will make sure that the people who are representing us in policy are quality people. Thank you.
I have two messages that I'd like to read. Father Moyebe requested that I read these from, one is from the Deputy President's office, and then the other is from Dr. Nkosazana's Dlamini Zuma's WhatsApp message. Good evening, Father Moyebe and all the symposium participants. We refer to the invitation extended to the Deputy President, Mr. S.P. Mashadile, pertaining to the G20 Symposium on Global Justice. Please take note that the Deputy President has just returned from an official visit to Russia, and his program was currently constrained with pre-scheduled commitments that could not be rescheduled at this stage. On behalf of the Deputy President, we therefore wish to tender an apology as he is unable to attend the International Symposium. The Deputy President extends his best wishes for a successful symposium, hoping that the outcome of your symposium will feed into the working groups. Kind regards, Ms. Noktu Lambata, the Presidency of the Republic of South Africa. Then the next message is from Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the former chairperson of the African Union Commission. And of course, she's held a good number of positions as well within our country and in Africa. Former Minister in the Presidency of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. Good morning to the participants of the G20 Symposium. With all the happenings globally, I have been called to a consultation meeting today at 10 as head of international relations. I'm therefore unable to attend. I wish that the symposium would have a positive outcome after the deliberations. We will definitely arrange a session through you to meet and compare notes. God bless you. Now, what messages do we send to the presidency and to Dr. Nkosazana Zuma? We can't wait for 30 more years. Kyahana. We cannot. Friends, we now break for lunch. Please continue your conversations with the fire and vision. Let's reconvene promptly at 2 p.m., please. We still have a little bit of a lengthy program after lunch. And with that said, enjoy your lunch.
At 15. Okay, like 8 p.m. tomorrow. Definitely have a penny, so after lunch. After lunch. Okay, that's fine. The time is thank you.
Jesu thulela moya wa Jesu dipilung tsa rona Jesu thulela mo thulela moya wa hao Jesu thulela moya wa hao Jesu dipilung tsa rona Jesu thulela moya thulela moya wa hao Jesu thulela moya wa hao Jesu dipilung tsa rona Jesu thulela moya thulela moya thulela moya wa hao Jesu dipilung tsa rona Jesu thulela moya wa hao. Thank you so much. I was waiting for Father Stan and Father Charles to come through. With that said, can I ask everyone to settle in and take your seats, please? We are now changing gear. We are now accelerating to our next session. No, no political affiliation, Father Bishop. With that said, colleagues, before we begin, may I just make a request? Sister Dominica asked me, may I ask for silence, please? Thank you. In order to assist Sister with her program, under page 15, for the ecclesial commitment and reflections, Sister has requested to have representation from 7 continents who would then be in a position to hold a candle. Sister's got 7 candles. If we do not have representation from the 7, any volunteers are more than welcome to please volunteer yourselves. So before we begin, I'm going to just make a request that the 7 please go to Sister, and then she'll explain to you how she would wish for you to hold the candles and also participate in the prayer reflection. And additionally, we would request 2 more other volunteers. So we need a total of 9 to please be with Sister. Would you like everyone to meet with you now, Sister?
If there is time for that.
Yes. Are you going to chat to them here in this room or just outside?
Perhaps outside.
Okay. All right, may I please ask for 7 plus 2 volunteers, please? What's going on, Father?
Are we taking the picture now?
Yes, when they come back. Nitati Stomben insist.
It's actually now that we're doing the group photo.
Okay.
We're doing the group
Okay, apparently, apologies for that. Everyone is requested for a group photo. Then the 9 will stay behind with sister. I have no idea where the photo is going to be taken. Shayla, can you direct everyone where the photo is going to be taken? Follow Shayla, and she will guide accordingly.
Sorry about that, my people, but the picture will be just on the side here, the stairs. By the stairs, so we'll all be standing on each step. Okay, thank you. It's just that we need the daylight to do the picture before it gets dark. Thank you.
The volunteers to do what? To hold the candle. Hey, so starting in 8 minutes' time. The sisters are currently taking a photo with the bishop, and we'll start exactly at past. Apologies for the miscommunication, but we'll start shortly. So with that said, if you refer to your program on page 13, you would note that from 2:30, 1400 hours 30 to 1500 hours, we were scheduled to have a call to action from Honorable Jim McGovern. He has, however, sadly sent a message that he's not feeling well. And with that said, we are now moving on to page 14 of our program. Again, as you can see on page 14, from 1500 hours 30 to 1630, we were meant to have a concluding session launching a major multilateral initiative for 2025 from Cape Town to the G20, a strategic roadmap for global justice and Africa's leadership. So even this segment, I've been requested that we miss it. Okay, it's going to be integrated with the reflections from the co-conveners, including voices from this symposium. So under the voices from the symposium, I'd like to call forward Mr. Harrington Chuma. I'm not sure if he's in the room, if he's with us. Please come forward and sit here. Anyway, Dad. Prof. Chitonge, are you here? Please come forward. Dr. Thomas, please come forward. Aus Mabatu, please join us. Sister Mosalahai, please join us. You'll be happy to note, colleagues, that we are gender responsive.
Thank you.
The youth, some people would say they are young inside, but No, where's Miranda, actually?
The youth.
Both our youth are outside. You see, where's the youth? Are you a youth? If you're a youth, please come forward. We need a youth voice. Okay. Come. There you go. So we have a balanced representation. Excellent. So this panel, colleagues, is going to be the voices from this symposium. Hopefully the youth won't say, we haven't prepared. So with that, I'll start with the first question, which says, what resonated most for you? I'll just go around the panel and please pass on the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your attention. So what resonated the most for me in the symposium is how we thought within Caritas Zimbabwe or within Zimbabwe that we were experiencing something totally different from everyone else and thought we were alone. But coming to this symposium and hearing the different efforts that are being done for debt relief and how debt is linked to quite a lot of other things. Amongst them is social service. So for me, it was quite an eye-opener and consoling to realize also the church is playing so much, both at national and at a global level, to push the issues around debt relief. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think for me what resonated most was Wesley's presentation. I've been in this type of meetings forever, and hearing a bold statement coming from this meeting that has the church saying we want to be bold and have debt cancellation. And as you know, that the AU also is talking about debt cancellation. So I think for me, that resonated well with me. Because every other problem that we're having, as you said, from climate to debt not being serviced, for not having education or health, is due to this debt problem that we're having. Thank you.
So I would say what resonates with me is the way in which these problems that we discussed are connected with each other. All of them involve a connection between the local and the global. And I think one thing that struck me as connecting them is a kind of intergenerational transmission of inequality. You've all heard about the intergenerational transmission of poverty, and the school meals idea is very much trying to combat that, right? So poverty gets transmitted from one generation to the next because the parents don't have enough food for the children do not grow up to their full body size, they don't grow up to their full mental capacities, and so they have lesser opportunities then to become fully functional citizens, to compete on a level playing field with their peers at the same age cohort. And then they will also get poor jobs, poor incomes, and will then not be able to educate their children well, feed their children well, and so on. Now, with inequality, I think it is similar. Inequality gets transmitted, and here the global level is quite important. We have incredible inequality between countries, and of course the African states in their average income are vastly below the states elsewhere. The differences exceed 100 to 1. So the richest countries have average incomes well over $100,000. The poorest ones have average incomes around $200, and they are in Africa. So you have this enormous inequality, and how does that inequality gets transmitted from one generation to the next? Well, it gets transmitted through the influence, the political influence that people have on the rules of the game, on the way in which national societies and international society are structured. And obviously, start with what you have all emphasized a lot, right? Africa is incredibly rich in resources, and its populations are relatively poor. That's a very bad combination, because the resources make you a lucrative target. People take an interest in Africa. Everybody wants those resources. And the people who want these resources from outside Africa tend to have a lot more power and a lot more wealth than the people in Africa. And so in competing for the attention of the politicians in Africa, they compete at a tremendous advantage, right? An American multinational corporation can outbid millions of poor Africans for the attentions of the government. And so here, they get the rules they want, they get to exploit the resources, they keep Africa in debt bondage, and in that way the inequality gets transmitted into the next generation. Where the inequality comes from, we know from the colonial period, but it gets perpetuated through the transmission belt of unjust rules.
I think, Prof, before you answer the same question, changing gears.
Okay.
What should Africa push forward globally?
I think that Africa should push for what we've been saying all along, justice. And this justice that has to be framed broadly. So it's not justice for cancellation of debt, but justice in the way we relate to the rest of the world. So as I was saying yesterday, that the continent's impoverishment is not that we don't have things or resources. We have resources, but we are in a state of impoverishment because of what has been done to us or what we have done to ourselves. And I think that's the question of justice. It's the actions of others, other people's action on us, and perhaps our own complicity in it, if we frame that in more sort of objective terms. But what resonated most for me from this conference is that it's the first time since the third generation debt crisis on the continent. I call this the third generation. The first one was the 80s and then the 90s, and this is a third generation, is that there are strong voices in this symposium calling for cancellation. And I've attended several of these meetings where we're discussing Africa's debt crisis, and all I hear is restructuring, refinancing, borrowing. But what resonated from here was a strong voice of cancellation, which I think for me is what we should take forward. The other thing that resonated most was to hear the experiences of people on the ground and how debt impacts on the lives of people, the real names. And specifically Harrington's sharing of the story in Zimbabwe, but other people as well, was, gave me an opportunity to put the numbers that we, throw around to the real faces of people, the real people on the ground. And that experience was very much enriching. Thank you.
I understand because you're a professor, you had to answer both questions. And it's so good. Sister, the question to you, what should Africa push forward globally?
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, with what has been going on today, and I mean, for the past 2 days that we've been discussing, that collective strategies as Africans is something that needs to be done. And also that there are a lot of things that came up from the discussion that actually I didn't even before looked at that from that lens, where there is that connection between climate, connection between food securities, climate between debt. That signage is something that really stood out for me, and which I think then we need to contextualize our policies in order for us to fit into our own challenges. One of the things that Prof. Here said yesterday was how we are so rich as a continent, and how we are actually seem to be the poorest. And one thing again was what he said about our monies being up there and we paying for our monies to be kept that side. So that was also an eye-opener for me. But I'm thinking that we need to be talking about that debt justice in link with that Ubuntu philosophy that Prof. Spoke about. So I've realized that as Africans, we actually have a lot, and we are not seeing ourselves from that point. So if we can push forward our agendas as a collective, then and our initiative from a contextualized point of view, then it will take us far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our Africa, 19 years old.
No.
Our youth. What does leadership look like going forward?
I think that leadership going forward is practicing humility. We need to lead in thoughts of other people. We need to allow ourselves to immerse in the reality of people beyond the ground, not only lead within our offices, but rather go down and see what is currently going on face to face, and not to have people reporting to you. So I believe leadership has to be selfless. We need to be honest and, think of the second person, because we are told one of the greatest commandments that we were given or emphasized by Jesus is that we are to love one another as we love ourselves. So as we occupy these leadership positions, let's try and keep that in mind. Let's be humble and love one another. Thank you.
To me, our leadership looks like accountability. It looks like inclusiveness as well as transparency. I'm not sure how many of the people are going to get access to whatever was being said here, but they deserve to know it so that we may be held accountable. We're talking about green technologies, talking about debt cancellation. There's someone out there drowning in drought. Also, there is a saying in Siswati, It says, "Lugochwa lusemandi," meaning train a child as young as they are. We plead to our leadership to train us, include us in these decision-making policies. May we be the voice of the voiceless. May we be the custodians of change. May we be the ambassadors of hope. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll give each of you a minute each, just really to wrap the session up. Over to you, Ndad.
Thank you.
Just your comments, really, please, but just a minute each.
Okay. Now, I was just asking to clarify what am I wrapping up? Is it? I can actually wrap up the session and we go home. Okay. No. Thank you so much. I think for bringing us here. Good ambience, and thank you for hosting us. But above all, the insights from the different presenters, and us going back home thinking, okay, as an African, I am rich. It's important to introspect and give value to ourselves. Because currently we are not valuing ourselves and we're not valuing what we have. And it is only when we value ourselves that then when we go to negotiate with whoever, we are almost at the same level. We have got something to give. Unlike now, where it's just us with our begging bowl. So I want to thank the organizers of this event for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Let me also echo what you have just said with regards to thanking the organizers that gave us an opportunity to come together. But I think also what I want to add around what Prof. Chitonga says about justice, and asking myself, how will this justice look like? And just to give those that don't come from South Africa an example, when we talk about debt cancellation, and I'm not talking about debt cancellation from the north, I'm talking about debt cancellation here in South Africa, where I grew up in Pretoria, in a place called Lady Selborne, where my parents had a house in Lady Selborne. And in 1963, they were removed from that area and were dumped in Mamelodi. Now, in Mamelodi, we are given a 4-roomed house on a 99-year lease. So 1994, there is elections. Now we are in a democracy. You can't go back to your home that was bigger, that was accommodating everybody. You are now in this 4-roomed house. So if you speak about justice and debt, you are now coming to stay in an urban area that was actually your area before. For you to afford that, you need to get a loan to pay the house that belonged to you before. So if you're speaking about justice, this is what we're talking about. That you have come to our country, you took the resources from us, you took raw material from our country, and you want us now to buy back what belongs to us. If we don't have money to buy it back, no, we will borrow you. Actually, you are borrowing me my money, and you are expecting me now to pay that money with interest. So if we need to talk about justice, justice is exactly that. That we here as a country, we're not finding each other because we have missed one important thing in the Bible of forgiving each other.
And when you forgive and ensure that you redress and you become honest in what you are doing. So we can't move as a continent because we are still hurting, we are still brutalized. And the enemy is able to use our children to fight against each other while they continue stealing from our nations. So I think that for me is an issue, justice.
So I would say, to wrap up, that in order to be successful in political action, we need to solve three problems or be combining three different dimensions of thought together. On the one hand, we need clear normative direction. What do we want to achieve in terms of fulfilling human rights, for example, or promoting the Sustainable Development Goals? Secondly, we need clear empirical understanding of how the world works. We need to understand what the problems are, and we need to understand why they haven't been solved, what is holding things back. And then thirdly, we need to understand how political action works, what the opportunities are, what the political forces are with whom we can potentially collaborate, and the ones that are going to resist change. And we need to try to find a strategy that is incentive compatible, that has a chance of success. Mere exhortations are not going to change the world.
Thank you. I should say that as one of the hosts, this was a unique opportunity for us to come together to reflect on this. And the unique thing about this is that we have people from very different spaces. I know those from the academia are a minority. I'm used to going to a forum where it's an academic forum, and so this is actually refreshing that we have people from different backgrounds, including activists, the church, and civil society groups. One of the things that I would want to say is that this is a network that can, where we can share these ideas. We do engage, for those of us who do research, we do engage with governments, and governments at the national level, but also at the AU level. And my experience is that I don't think they listen. Yeah, one of the things is, so we have a little bit of information that we pick up from our research, which we are very happy as academics or researchers to share. And what Poge was saying earlier is that so we have very little capacity to utilize that. But once it feeds into a movement, into civil society groups, that linkage, I think, we have to strengthen, where we are not just occupying ivory towers at the base of this beautiful mountain, but that the ideas that are generated here can inspire society, can flow down. And I think that is what we will be very happy to establish those networks and to keep into contact with what we have started here and see if we can link up with activities that are taking place in different places. Thank you.
Okay, yes. I would say one thing. As I'll say this from an educator perspective. When we're talking about food meals, that let's take it as individuals to do what we can do, because we have realized and acknowledged the power of food, whether food as an intellectual nourishment, food as a physical nourishment, food as a social way between two people sharing a meal. Okay, it's 1 minute, but I want to say something. My vocation wasn't out of a dream. it was because of food. I went into a convent next to my place, and I found a sister feeding a dog a ration. And then I said, oh, so this is, as a person, I can eat more than this. And here today, I'm a jubilarian. And that's the power of food that we shouldn't just underestimate. Thank you.
Just to wrap up, before the symposium, I've been one of the youth that is, quite not interested with matters of the world, politics, and all the issues that surround people's well-being. But through the symposium, I've been inspired. I've gotten to see that a lot of work has been put in terms of thinking. Robust research has been conducted and solutions have surfaced. But what lacks is now implementation, and I think that is where we as the youth come in. So I'll say, let's have the youth involved in these forums and have us mentored, groom us on how to implement all these brilliant solutions that have come up, so that not only do we have beautiful papers, as has been said multiple times, but to actually have results from those beautiful papers. Thank you.
Just to wrap it up, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you so much for seeing us. In the words of Abiola, she was reassuring me outside just now. She says, I matter. My voice also matter. Thank you so much, sister, from another mother. I'm very grateful. This has challenged me as a young person. Like you said, that we are the present. It has challenged me greatly. I'm now open-minded. I'm not just a scientist, but I am the future of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our lovely panelists. We represented. It's a beautiful mix. Thank you so much. You may please return to your seats. Thank you. We have now arrived at the summit of our journey, the moment where conviction meets coordination and vision becomes a strategic roadmap. This is it. With that said, I'm not going to waste more time. I would like to call forward one of our rapporteurs, Ndate Piri. I believe you will be giving us the Cape Town Declaration. Am I correct? Please come forward in that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. It will appear on the screen.
I'm trying to share.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, if it's there, maybe. Okay, from the screen. Let me stand somewhere strategic. Maybe here. Bread.
She must still be around. I think she's around. I think there's a problem. Yeah, I think there's a problem. Yeah. Check. I wouldn't know the university system.
May I have your attention, please? My task is very simple. It is to read out what is now called the Cape Town Declaration on Global Justice and Solidarity. We are making frantic efforts to beam it up to the screens, and I believe that as soon as that is done, you will be able to follow in real time. And copies will be sent to everyone's email, so we will have each a copy of the declaration. I'm told that we are free to input into that document that will be sent to you if you feel that there is something that has not been adequately captured, or there are extra ideas maybe that we think should be part of the declaration. So let me begin. Cape Town Declaration on Global Justice and Solidarity. Adopted at the G20 Symposium on Global Justice and Solidarity, Cape Town, South Africa, June 24th, 2025. We gathered in Cape Town from across Africa and the world, representing faith traditions, academia, civil society, governments, and international agencies, declare with one voice that the current global order is failing the poor, the planet, and the promise of human dignity. Amid the interconnected crises of debt, climate breakdown, food insecurity, and deepening social fragmentation, we reaffirm our shared moral responsibility to forge a global economic and political system that is just, inclusive, sustainable, and accountable to the most vulnerable. We acknowledge that the world faces a triple fiscal crisis of climate, debt, and liquidity, a vicious cycle where unsustainable debt undermines investment in resilience, where liquidity shortfalls prevent countries from protecting their people, and where ecological harm accelerates human suffering. We believe these crises cannot be solved by technical solutions alone. As Pope Francis reminds us in Fratelli Tutti, building a better world requires compassion, solidarity, and care for our common home. Justice demands not only structural reform, but also kindness and courage in leadership, compassion for those most affected, and care for both people and the planet. We declare, 1, a new social contract for the global economy. Global financial systems must be restructured to serve human dignity and ecological integrity. We call on the G20 to advance systemic reform that ensures transparency, equity, and accountability in sovereign debt, taxation, trade, and global public goods financing. 2, debt justice now. Africa cannot invest in health, education, or climate resilience while crushed by unjust debt. We call for the cancellation of illegitimate and unsustainable debt, alongside the creation of a new international framework for fair, independent, and transparent sovereign debt resolution. This is a moral imperative essential for Africa's structural transformation and global equity. 3, end hunger, nourish dignity. School meals are a profound tool for justice, ending hunger, empowering girls, supporting farmers, and strengthening communities. We call for universal school meals by 2030 as a G20 priority, grounded in compassion, solidarity, and a commitment to end every child's right to thrive. 4, planetary solidarity and ecological transformation. Climate change is both a moral and existential crisis. We urge G20 leaders to support the Ecological Impact Fund for the Global South, directing resources to green innovation, loss and damage financing, and community resilience. This must prioritize those most impacted, respecting intergenerational equity and ecological justice. 5, faith, civil society, youth, and academia as co-creators of global governance. Exclusion is incompatible with justice. We reject governance models that silence grassroots voices. We commit to building a transnational alliance rooted in moral vision, scientific knowledge, and lived experience, guided by kindness, compassion, and the leadership of African institutions, youth, women, and communities of faith. We commit to build and sustain the Solidarity for One Humanity, One Future network as a platform for collaboration, research, advocacy, and action. To present this declaration to the African Union, the South African G20 presidency, the United Nations, and the Vatican, recognizing the Vatican's unique moral role in championing justice and human dignity. To co-develop a public-facing scorecard on global justice commitments, tracking progress on key proposals from this symposium. To compile key presentations and discussions from this symposium into academic and policy papers, with the intention of publishing them to inform ongoing global dialogue and influence policy spaces. To mobilize moral courage, public awareness, and political action that can help usher in a new era of global justice. We leave Cape Town not with despair, but with hope grounded in solidarity, and with the belief that compassion, care, and courageous leadership can help us build a just and sustainable world. Another world is possible, and it begins with solidarity. Thank you so much. Sorry? There's another document? Oh, that's the only one. It's his computer, so he would be the best one to share. It's the Father Charles's computer, it's not mine, so we don't know what to share. So I will now read the second statement, which includes concrete action steps in the realization of the vision and this declaration. Closing statement and next steps. G20 Symposium on Global Justice and Solidarity, Cape Town, June 24th, 2025. Dear friends, colleagues, and partners, as we come to the conclusion of this important gathering, I want to express deep gratitude for the spirit of unity, moral courage, and practical resolve that has marked these 2 days. What began as a symposium is evolving into a shared movement, a movement grounded in solidarity, committed to justice, and driven by Africa's rightful place in shaping global outcomes. We have spoken boldly about debt justice, the right to food, ecological transformation, and the moral imperative to reform global governance. We have adopted the Cape Town Declaration on Global Justice and Solidarity, a living document that reflects not only our aspirations, but our shared responsibility to act. But declarations alone are not enough. What matters now is how we translate words into action. And let me share with you how we propose to move forward. Key actions and deliverables. Number one, formation of targeted follow-up clusters. Establish 4 working groups aligned to the pillars above to finalize concrete proposals with clear timelines and measurable outcomes. Prepare submissions for the South African G20 presidency, African Union, and relevant global mechanisms. Identify champions within governments, faith networks, and civil society to lead advocacy. Timeline. Clusters formed within 2 weeks post-symposium, concept notes completed within 6 weeks. Number 2, religious sister-led advocacy movement for school meals. Religious sisters who operate nearly half of Africa's primary and secondary schools in many countries will be mobilized as a core constituency to drive policy action on universal school meals. Actions. Establish a sister-led school meals advocacy network by August 2025. Equip religious education institutions with advocacy toolkits and global policy briefings. Engage Catholic sisters networks at national, regional, and global levels to amplify moral and practical leadership. Link with the Global School Meals Coalition, ensuring African sisters' leadership is visible and influential. Deliverable. Sisters' delegation to G20 engagements on school meals and formal endorsements from major Catholic education bodies. Number 3, localized African advocacy roadmap. Justice must be rooted in local realities and institutions. Actions. Facilitate national dialogues in 5 priority African countries by December 2025. Engage AU organs, ministries of education, health, finance, and climate on declared priorities. Align with African Sherpa teams preparing G20 positions. Deliverable. Integrated African policy positions on debt, hunger, and climate aligned to the Cape Town Declaration. Number 4, integration with existing campaigns and alliances. Avoid duplication by building synergy with Caritas-led Africa and global debt justice campaigns, AU-led climate and development platforms, Global Alliance to End Hunger and School Meals Coalition efforts, climate finance, and loss and damage mechanisms for Africa. Deliverable, formal partnerships and aligned advocacy within 3 months. Number 5, accountability and coordination mechanisms. Establish a post-symposium steering group with faith, academic, and civil society representation. Develop a public-facing global justice scorecard tracking progress. Organize strategic media engagements and public mobilization moments aligned to G20 milestones. Immediate next steps: circulate Cape Town Declaration to all partners and policy stakeholders. Formalize follow-up clusters and advocacy teams. Prepare initial submissions to South Africa's G20 presidency by August 2025. Mobilize resources to sustain advocacy, technical work, and grassroots engagement. Conclusion: Africa's leadership is no longer a future aspiration. It is here, now. Through coordinated advocacy, bold proposals, and grassroots mobilization, we can translate solidarity into policy and justice into lived reality. The work begins. Let us rise to meet it. Friends, today is not the end. It is the beginning of our shared journey to link moral vision with policy strategy, to center Africa's leadership, and to build a world grounded in solidarity, compassion, and justice for all. Let us leave this place not only inspired, but organized, united, and ready to act. Together for one humanity, one future. Thank you from the co-conveners.
Thank you so much, Mr. Piri, our rapporteur. I've been requested to just get a few, very few comments or reactions from what you've heard. Perhaps 2 to 3 comments. Ndade Bishop, anything? Any comments from your end, or you good? Okay. Oh, to Father?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Just a quick reaction from the declaration, and I'm literally shooting from the hip. I think the statement is good. I'm happy with it, but I think we need to underscore the fact that this debt, it's a sinful structure which violates human dignity. Because when you listen to everything that has been said in the past 2 days here, people cannot live their lives in dignity because of this debt. Governments cannot offer essential services because of this debt. So I think this declaration coming from religious leaders, as you say, and civil society, so that moral and ethical dimension, emphasizing the fact that it is a sinful structure that needs to be eradicated, it's also important. So I think that's one important point that I think we should add in that declaration. Thank you.
One more person.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, firstly, to the conveners for organizing this very important symposium, and the rapporteurs. You did a great job in terms of capturing the essence of the discussions. And I think there's a clarion call to all of us in terms of taking action. So it really is a great statement that was made, as well as very clear next steps that should be taken. But maybe my appeal should be to our youths, the younger generation. We need to continue beating this drum. We need to continue singing this song so that things can change. Climate justice. We're not just talking about anything, we're calling it climate justice, because as Africa, we have contributed less than 3% of the global emissions, while the other parts of the world that we say are developed, they have done more damage to the planet. And that is why we call it climate justice. So when you're discussing with your friends and other people, you need to be able to tell them that we are calling this justice. This is what Prof. Chitonga was talking about. This whole thing is about justice. When you talk about debt, we are talking about debt justice. Again, that is the same language. Be consistent. It is not charity, it is about justice. Because we have to be able to move forward from this, and we can't if there is no debt cancellation. It is okay to be politically correct and talk about restructuring debt, but whether you give it 50 years from now, you're just prolonging the problem. Debt needs to be cancelled. That is going to be called justice. So we shouldn't be apologetic about it. Let us call it what it is. Whether you are reducing interest payments, prolonging the what, it doesn't matter. Debt has to be cancelled for there to be justice. So for our youths, these are some of the things that you need to be talking about. And we need those structural reforms. So that is why I'm very impressed with what the rapporteurs have done. We need to be talking climate justice, debt justice, and we need to continue beating that drum until certain things are changed and reformed. Thank you.
Okay, the last two. Sister, I'll take your hand. I see there's a hand right at the back. That's it. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, for your kind allowance. I would like to appreciate the articulation and the thought processes that have gone on in this room in the past 2 days, and the way it's been put in there, the way our minds have been put together. I would also like to just particularly highlight there in the concrete steps, because I think all the speakers have been emphasizing on the practicality or the practical steps that need to be taken in order to make this something that would have an outcome rather than a talk show. In the concrete proposals that I mentioned, I know our learned colleagues will help us a lot in that. We already have a lot of evidence. I'd like to just propose that we emphasize on the point of agency, because this is urgent now, particularly the issue, all the three aspects that we covered, and they are interlinked, but particularly the issue of hunger, especially children's hunger. We've heard a lot about a lot of justice, but we can't. I think what I want to say is that this, if we want to call this justice, it's already overdue. I think that's been mentioned. But most importantly, I would refer to what Father Rampe said, to put the moral compass into it, to say that a sin. I'd like to propose that they clarify or they highlight the fact that the costing of the injustice of the past, it needs to be costed so that we can say it's a reparation. Yes, I think that's what I really want to say. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I do understand that counseling dates will definitely not going to be an easy piece of cake, but such has to be challenged and pushed. A lot of dates to Africa were as a result of the policies that were made even before we were conceived, and yet we have inherited them. I, for one, I do not want this to be a song that is sung at Easter Vigil or Happy Adam's Sin. I believe my fellow priests would understand that. It's like inheriting sin from the fall of Adam. That has to, even from that fall of Adam, when a child is baptized, such a sin is washed away. It is no longer inherited. So this inheritable sin must be baptized and be washed away. And lastly, I think that was the professor, I hope I'm going to pronounce his surname correctly, Sudavin. He talked about Ubuntu. So as we send our qualitative leadership to G20, and we know that G20 comprises or consists of powerful nations economically, and powerful as in being powerful. Now, for them to include Africa inclusively, they need to look at Ubuntu in the sight and the eyes of Africa, or else we'll be sidelined again. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, courageous leaders, and fellow champions of justice. We have reached the end of a journey that began with urgency, traveled through truth, and now arrives with clarity and purpose. We did not gather here to simply host another symposium. We gathered to shake the moral foundations of the global system and to rebuild it with justice at its core. From climate to debt, from children's plates to economic power, Africa has not whispered this week. Africa has declared. And in declaring, we did not ask for sympathy. We demanded structural fairness. We demanded investment. We demanded respect. On behalf of this movement, I say thank you to each of you who brought your intellect, your passion, your faith, your strategy. Thank you. Your presence was not only witnessed, it was felt. And now, as we prepare to move from this room back into the world, back into communities, parliaments, pulpits, classrooms, boardrooms, and streets, we do so not alone, but as a collective, bound by commitment, guided by courage, and sent by purpose. It is now my honor to hand over to a woman of grace and conviction, a spiritual and continental voice of faith, Sister Dominica Mkize, Associate Secretary General of the Southern African Catholic Bishops' Conference, who will lead us in their ecclesial commitment and reflections. Following her, we will then be receiving a unifying interfaith blessing from Father Charles. And then we will hear a word from the South African presidency. Prof. Matemba, I hope you're ready as well. And lastly, we will get our final blessing from our own Ndate Bishop, then we will be closing our proceedings. From me, esteemed guests, colleagues, it has only been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
This is important. Yes, but you can. You are being a dictator. What you want to put in? Sister, is it okay? You want the lectern?
Not, yeah, perhaps, yes.
Wait, on the side.
Just like this, and my other items.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Mahadi. May I please ask my two core prayer partners.
Can we close the screen on the top?
Yeah.
Can we close the screen at the back?
Okay.
All right. Just come here. This one come here, and I'll come here. There you go. So, good evening, everyone. As we come to the end of this sacred gathering, we reflect, we pause. Trying to commend everything we have said to the Almighty. Reflecting not only on the magnitude of the global challenges before us, but on the greater power of God's grace, and on our shared commitment to walk together as pilgrims of hope, rooted in justice, dignity, and love for all creation.
It is in this spirit of solidarity that we gather here. We are conscious that we live in a world marked by multiple challenges, such as climate crisis, crushing debt burdens, resulting in serious humanitarian challenges, such as deep hunger in the society, impacting millions of lives, particularly those of school-going children. Yet in this moment, we also proclaim that despair is not our destiny. As Easter people, we declare that the tomb is empty, and Alleluia is our song, a bold affirmation of hope, even in the face of suffering and death, as St. Pope John Paul II reminded us in Adelaide in 1986.
And so, in the spirit of the Jubilee year, as pilgrims of hope, we now invite the 7 individuals, each representing one of the 7 continents of the globe, to come forward, please. Each will receive a candle and will light it from the great Paschal candle, a symbol of Christ's resurrection and a light that no darkness can overcome. May you please come forth. Thank you. As they light these 7 candles, we remember Africa, the cradle of life, Africa, please do come. Africa, the cradle of life, and the cry for global justice. Now calling forth Asia, Asia, the richness of ancient wisdom and the resilience of many people amidst poverty. Europe, a history of faith and struggle, called to lead with humility and truth. North America, with power and potential, called to dismantle systems of greed and restore dignity. South America, where the Spirit breathes through liberation, theology, and people's movement. Oceania, small islands hearing the weight of climate collapse, yet carrying ancient spiritual voices. Antarctica, symbol of the global commons of the planet we all share and must protect together.
As each flame is lit, may it shine not only as a beacon of hope, but as a call to action to confront the debt crisis, the climate emergency, the hunger pandemic, and the education divide with courage, compassion, and creativity.
May we all please rise. We are not alone in this journey. Christ walks with us. The Spirit empowers us, and together we commit to building a world where I would like that you say what I say, line by line. The yoke of unpayable debt is lifted.
The yoke of unpayable debt is lifted.
The earth is protected and cherished.
The earth is protected and cherished.
Every child has food.
Every child has food.
Safety.
Safety.
And access to education.
And access to education.
And no one is left behind.
And no one is left behind.
In the pursuit of human dignity.
In the pursuit of human dignity.
We now call Reverend to offer us this prayer.
Come, let's pray together. God of justice and mercy, you have called us to be bearers of light in a world of shadows. Grant us the courage to speak truth, the wisdom to act with compassion, and the grace to work tirelessly for justice and peace. May the flames we have lit today ignite a fire of hope in all we do. In your name, we go forth, pilgrims of hope, builders of a more just world. Amen.
So we hand over the candles. Those who are bearing them may take them to the continents where they belong.
You may take seats. Dear friends, colleagues, and partners in justice, how do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? Happy, hopeful. Yeah, as we draw this remarkable gathering to a close, I just want to speak plainly from my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And as we have heard, even though we're coming to the end of our symposium, this is not the end of work. It is only the beginning. Only the beginning. I just want to emphasize 3 points that have already been mentioned. we've constantly been talking about the need for change and that we are tired of talking, declaring that we want to see change. And if you've seen in the past few years, you can rightly say that our continent has been perverted by a spirit of, people giving up. Our people have given up. Have you noticed that? Huh? The masses, especially in this continent, have given up into a situation of, let's just move on, there's nothing we can do about it. Despair. There's a lot of despair on our continent. And we are together here, civil society, but especially the faith communities, to reignite hope. To reignite hope and get the people back into activism, into involvement, to shape, to reshape the world. And that's a challenge we have. I had a conversation with our brother Wesley the other day in a meeting, and I liked what you said, that Caritas, he was talking for Caritas, on behalf of Caritas, there's more than Caritas here. He said, Caritas carries a wide reach. We can reach a wide constituency. And that's why our advocacy is different. And I think that's a resource we must recognize, that we've been able to engage the local and the global, that we can't separate the two. The local involvement, the local agitation, the local involvement is very key, as Wesley put it, but at the same time, we have room and opportunity to speak truth to power at a global level. And that is why we have representation of the church, of civil society, academia, as Chitonge was mentioning, to engage governments and the world, and we must do it together. And think about it, faith groups especially. Nobody has your resource of having that global reach and grassroots. It's special. When I used to study business in my past life, and I liked one theory that our professors used to explain how businesses grow. It used what was called the resource-based view of the firm. That it is those firms who recognize the resources they have, some of them inside, some of them outside, some of them tangible, some of them intangible. Mobilize them and deploy them in a way that can create what they called VRIN, V-R-I-N, to create value that is rare, inimitable, and non-substitutable. That's what faith groups, civil society have. Your reach is wide and far, and that constituency is powerful on the local level and then the global. It is VRIN, value that is rare, inimitable, non-substitutable. Not even the UN has that. Did you realize that? And if you remember, that's the power we leveraged toward the end of 2000. Sorry, Gen Z. Toward the end of 2000, toward the beginning of 2000, and 2005-07, when we worked toward debt cancellation and some reforms that happened. We leveraged that power. What changed the course of things was not boardrooms, discussions around debt, restructuring, and all those. It was the pressure of civil society, faith groups, and symbolic figures, leaders, powerful leaders, like I mentioned this morning, Mandela, and others who pushed for change until global leaders listening to this pressure were able to sit down in Gleneagles in Scotland and say, we can do something about this. Brothers and sisters, we need another Gleneagles moment. We need to create it with the G7 and create change. So that's what I would like us to carry forward, to take leadership as church, as faith-based groups, collaborate with academia, collaborate with various constituencies, to bring about change. And that's what has been promised in the action steps to ensure that what I'm talking about happens. But I just wanted to us to really be aware, conscious that we have power that we can use. In my faith tradition, there is a story of talents. Yeah, he's a scripture scholar. There's talents, yeah? That those who were given talents and did not use them, the talents were taken away. And then there was also, is this why we are flogging also? You're also whipped. So we have talents, resources that we must put to use. And like I said, it's not just something simple, it's something vrine, value that is rare, inimitable, non-substitutable. Non-substitutable. If we don't do it, nobody will do it. That's the responsibility we have. That's the responsibility we have. So we're glad to go forward, like I said, with the church, faith-based groups, Muslims, Hindus. Are you a Hindu? Muslim. Yeah. And then working with academia, Professor Chitonge, Professor Maniraj, Poge, and several others who are in the room, and several others are beyond, to see how we can work together for this change that we are looking for. I liked what somebody, I think yourself or somebody, they were speaking about that when we discuss here, we must think about those in the slums and all these places who are suffering the things we are talking about. We are talking about them, but those people are suffering them. So when we think about our own responsibility, we think about how we, in solidarity and compassion and kindness, think about those men and women, children who don't even, whose voice has been curtailed. So with those remarks, I just wanted to say thank you. And also to just thank somebody who didn't have an opportunity to thank herself. Thank you for guiding us and for leading us in this important process. So I'll hand back the baton to you so that we can conclude finally.
Thank you so much. I think with that said, I'm going to now call on Professor Lawrence Matemba and Bishop to please give us the final blessing and a few words, if you would like to give us a few words, Bishop. All right, but for now, may we have Professor Matemba, and then Bishop, please come through thereafter.
Thank you so much, program moderator, and everyone here. We've been mentioning the protocol since yesterday, so I don't want to go back there. It has been a very good 2 days. I enjoyed my minority status as government in the room. Initially when I came in, I thought, well, there's a lot on my shoulders, but I think the spirit in which the symposium has been conducted has been extremely useful. Of course, this is where I come from. This is my root in my other life. But in the past 2 days, I was wearing a different hat. It has been good to be and to listen. I particularly like the roadmap at the end. I was a bit getting worried because the discussions in the past 2 days are somehow all over the show. But I think the roadmap kind of brought everything together. So we have a clear way forward out of this. Of course, there's a bit of work that needs to be, meat that needs to be fleshed into the roadmap. In the past 2 days, at some point, we were talking about root causes. Other points, we were talking about problems, whether it was vision, strategy. So the same issue could turn out into different things. But it has all been brought together into very clear way forward. And as I go back, I'll be waiting to receive the documents, in whatever form. We'll scrutinize them, critique, analyze, so that they fit through into the G20 processes, particularly the summit later on in November. Thank you to the co-conveners. Let me not forget the donors who have made this very possible and successful. It's not always easy to bring the full house from different parts of the world. But through the generous support of people, different people, I think it has been possible, and the people in the background as well. So once again, much appreciated. I think from my side, I'll do everything in my power to support the process and to ensure that it reaches its desirable conclusion. Thank you.
I just received a WhatsApp message. With your permission, kindly allow me to just read the message. Because we are in Africa, I'm going to ask the ladies, our sisters, our mothers, to ululate. But allow me to read the message, and then we shall ululate. This is on the appointment of members of the dicastery for the Institutes of Consecrated Life and the Societies of Apostolic Life. The Holy Father has appointed the following as members of the dicastery for the Institutes of Consecrated Life and Societies of Apostolic Life. The eminent Cardinals Arthur Roche, Prefect of the Dicastery for Divine Worship and the Discipline of the Sacraments, Cristobal Lopez Romero, SDP, Archbishop of Rabat, Morocco, Giorgio Marengo, IMC, Prefect Apostolic of Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, Pier Baptista Pizzaballa, OFM, Patriarch of Jerusalem of the Latins, Israel, Chaim Spengler, OFM, Archbishop of Porto Alegre, Brazil, Their Excellencies Archbishop Jude Thaddeus Ruwaichi, OFM, CAP, of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Archbishop Jerzy Makulevich, OFM, CONV, Apostolic Administrator of Uzbekistan, Bishop Julio Shiza Salcedo Aquino, MG, of Tlaxcala, Mexico, Bishop Tulani Victor Mbuyisa, CMM of Kokstad, South Africa. Bishop Tesfaye Tadis Gerbesilica, MCCJ, Auxiliary of the Archpatriarch of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The Reverend Fathers Stanley Lubungo, Superior General of the Missionaries of Africa, White Fathers, Miguel Marquez Calais, Prepositor General of the Descalce Carmelitas, the Reverend Father Donato Ogliaro OSB, abbot of the Monastery of St. Paul outside the walls of Rome, Italy, the Reverend Brother Armin Altamirano Lustro, Superior General of the Brothers of the Christian Schools, the Reverend Mothers Chiara Kazuolo, Superior General of the Daughters of Mary, Help of Christians, Salesians of Don Bosco, Francois Petit, Superior General of the Daughters of Charity of St. Vincent de Paul, Maria Goretti Lee, Superior General of the Hospitalia Sisters of St. Paul, Idilia Maria Moreiro Concalves Canero, Superior General of the Hospitalia Sisters of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, and the distinguished Miss Louisa Maston, President General of the Secular Institute of the Missionaries of the Sick, Christ the Hope. Father Emil should be very proud where he is now. He taught me how to pronounce all these difficult words. Bishop, thank you again, with those words, please, Bishop, over to you.
Thank you so much. So we've said everything. Zikomo kwambiri, obrigado, dankeschön, merci beaucoup, bayadanki, kakanku. Okay, kankanku, tuatotela mkwai. Oh, okay, siyabonga, siyabulele. Rialebuha, I'm looking for in Shona. Tinotenda, Shukran. Who did we leave out? Mashukweni mkwai. No, that's something else. So, mind, first of all, to say thank you. A lot has been said, and thanking everyone who put this together, especially all the our co-hosts. There's Father Charles here, there's Father Stanley here, and all your groups behind you. There's Prof. Please remind me your name. Chitonge Eamkwai.
So thank you so much. And all those who've been working in the background, our media teams, there are many of them, the technicians, and someone also mentioned the donors. Thank you so much, all who sponsored our flights and our accommodation and the meals, and to this university that has hosted us here. And all the various groups from all over the place, but especially the local ones here in Cape Town, thank you for your presence here. I know you represent the various groups from the Archdiocese. So on behalf of Bishop Sylvester David, OMI, the auxiliary bishop of this Archdiocese, on behalf of the Apostolic Administrator, Cardinal Stephen Brislin, I need to mention him because he's my boss since he's our president, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Certainly on behalf of all our bishops and on behalf of Sister Dominica Mkize, the Associate Secretary General, thank you so much to each and every one of you for all the presentations, for all the engagements and the discussions. Yesterday was long, it was quite intense, but also very enlightening, at least for me. I felt like I was in a class of sociology at some stage, religion, economics, politics, philosophy, lots of theology as well. So all of it combined. So thank you to each and every one of you. We've already said the prayer, so I'll give the final blessing. But as we do so, I hope that we'll continue also to be inspired by so many giants when it comes to justice who have gone before us. I'm thinking of Saint Archbishop Oscar Romero, thinking of Nelson Mandela, people like Martin Luther King, Dennis Tutu, Archbishop Dennis Tutu, Rosa Parks. There's so many that we can mention. So we also ask them to continue to pray for us, to continue to inspire us on this journey of justice and solidarity. The Lord be with you. May the Almighty God bless you and keep you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us now go in peace, and may you continue building bridges based on the values of justice and solidarity. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the I thought my body just standing behind me.